Hello, gentlemen. Are you able to hear me? I do believe you should. Oh, I have done it again. That is very clever of me. Good morning, Proctor. Good morning, Sobex. I assume you are on CST or something. Given you're saying good morning to me when it is 10 p.m. at night where I live at the moment. Is Koinu on the line? I mean, maybe, possibly. We'll see. This has been quite a fascinating few hours. We have. I was intending to make this stream about something else, but I was alerted to this document that just dropped, and then I started following the various shenanigans that occurred afterwards, and then just before I started doing anything, then people in my Discord just kind of said, yeah, we know this person too, and that was quite an interesting experience. So it seems like we have a second major sex pest has hit the has hit the forum, as it were. And I'm actually quite grateful because I had a whole bunch of pretty heavy stuff lined up for this stream originally. I was going to go down some Twitter nonsense and so forth, but I actually feel like this would be a nice break from all of that. Maybe have that stuff on Wednesday. For now, it's much more interesting to just kind of basically rag on a bunch of very, very, very strange and silly people, and also a lot of people who should know a lot better, and a man who is really, really trying to live up to somebody like Spanner's shadow. I don't think this guy has actually surpassed Spanner, because he has legitimately managed to proposition and get into lewd situations with VTubers. Hello, Sailor Bird. Hello, Zen Gunman. Hello, Eureka. Hello, Dicato. Hello, Luminous. It's nice to see you here. It's been a fascinating few days. Fortunately, there hasn't been any Selene drama. I mean, last night was rather hectic because, I mean, the main thing last night was Dizzy's stream, where she was, I think, on stream, she drank maybe 8 or 9 beers. That woman must have a cast iron stomach and a liver made of steel, because she chugged multiple beers on stream, and she was already severely intoxicated by the time she hit live. So let's assume she had like 3 or 4 beers beforehand, maybe something else. And I think she said at the end she was actually mixing the beers with something much harder, like some kind of hard liquor. So yeah, that woman could probably drink me and several other people under the table with no issues. But that was definitely one of the streams where I seriously do hope there is nothing nasty going on in FaZe Connect's back rooms right now, because that woman sounded very seriously upset. You sound suspiciously like a certain cat Minecrafter. I don't watch Minecrafters, so I genuinely don't know who you're talking about, Mama Oko. I mean, the only person that when you say cat, the only are you and Stampy brother? No, I have no relation to that man whatsoever, and I sincerely hope I never get my own L for Lee, to be honest. Allow me to just check some things to make sure everything's going well. I will just if anybody, I assume that most of the people in the Discord who have been discussing this are right now on the stream, so I would appreciate it greatly. There has been a whole ton of conversation and talk about this, but there have been multiple receipts posted about this guy's weird behavior. So, and I'm scrolling up, like, I've kind of found some of them. Let me just see if I can open them, because like right up to the wire I have been preparing stuff. Here's one. Here is another one. So I have got multiple little things that I'm trying to string together at once. So it'll be just a moment or two. Please, please, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry. I wish I could show the Discord at the moment, but I don't, because, you know, for obvious OPSEC reasons. So we'll be getting to that. We'll be getting to that in a minute. And then we just open all of these in Discord tabs that I can easily move over to, because like the stuff that has been going on is just very, very disturbing. I don't understand. I don't understand men, okay? What is wrong with men? Why are they like this? This man is literally the this man is literally the David Attenborough "you want some fuck" meme. Like, how did he manage to do this? How did he manage to, like, we're at least 3 allegations and counting. How did he manage to get to 3? I just have so many questions. I have so many questions. And I am just so embarrassed by modern existence. Every time I think that Clown World cannot find new ways to make me embarrassed on behalf of the whole of humanity, it just finds new ways. It finds new ways. So yeah, I think I've gotten all of the screenshots that were posted. It'll be a little bit awkward trying to transfer them over, but I have got them in order, so that works. I've also got... Let me just check. I've got the PDFs open. I've saved everything. There's no worry about archiving or anything of all the material that has come out about this guy and his accusers, because I have it all in PDFs, and I know most of it has already been posted to the asylum, so we're good on that front. Of course, I once again have to go to live chat, because every single time... Oh, hello, Denna. You're in for a treat. Zen Gunman. Short version. Dizzy is having family problems. Her sister keeps bringing strangers home to sleep with, and she's already got social anxiety, and then her parents ghosted her on Christmas. Additionally, only her brother knows that she's a VTuber. Well, I guess I'm glad that it's not Phase Connect related, I suppose. But that honestly would accord with how she sounded. Like, that kind of crying is what I would associate with someone learning that one of their relatives had died. Or I think a better analogy would probably be if she had said that one of her relatives was like a cocaine addict or a crack addict, and that is the kind of crying that I expected, that I would have associated, that kind of traumatic level event. Discovering that your friend is a crack whore or something. Yeah, I feel really sorry for poor Dizzy. Dizzy also had a death in the family. I feel so sorry for that woman. I really like Dizzy. Dizzy is the drunk stream I'm talking about, our most recent stream. Yes, that is what I'm talking about, super duper. So yeah, I really hope she gets better. I like Dizzy love. I mean, I know nothing about Dizzy behind the scenes or anything, but I mean, she's a pretty interesting person to listen to. She has a lot of good interests. She's one of the very few women who seems to be interested in history and so on. So yeah, I really hope that she gets a break and that she finds somebody decent to confide in, because goddamn, nobody should have to go through that stuff. But let's try and lighten the tone a little bit to actually get on to what I was planning to highlight tonight. So let us switch over to just chatting. Actually, before we do, give me 1 second, because I want to see if I can update my stream elements a bit. Why does it say log? I can't, because I have to log in, and that would require opening my password manager and all that kind of stuff. Let's just move on. Dizzy should just marry Sakana and move out already. I mean, isn't the rat that Sakana is already hooked up? I don't know if that's if I've seen that thrown around a bit. Super Duper doesn't know. Yeah, didn't he literally say that he was married recently? I may be completely forgetting this or getting it wrong. FaZe really must hate Rie if they don't talk openly. No comment there. Sheena said he was married. Ah, okay, good. So that is out in the open. Yeah, I know that has been like a backrooms kind of Fishman might be married thing for a while, but I'm glad that assumption was correct. I am astonished, to be honest. Like, Fishman has so much gay energy. Like, I was genuinely convinced for a very long time that man had to be gay. Just by the way he interacted with women, I'm like, there's no way this is a straight man. This is a man who is extremely, extremely homosexual, maybe asexual. Believe all rats. Oh no, let's not believe all rats. Let's not believe all rats. Let's not ramble for too long, because I'm conscious that I'm most definitely going to tangent if I stay on this for too long. Because this is the thing that we are going to be covering. Again, this is all PDF stuff. And this is from Lily, the strawberry moo tuber, and she says, I'm breaking my silence, I'm sharing my story, and then she posts this Google Drive link, and there's a whole bunch of other people that are immediately coming out and talking about this, because this man is Tora Karu, and as a TLDR, she is accusing Tora Karu of grooming, of sexual assault, of a bunch of other stuff. And I normally wouldn't have even bothered covering this, but I mean, scanning through the Google document that she posted, which I have open right here, let me just make sure that things are properly working. Yes, they are. Good. Doesn't Dizzy like castration? Doubt any man would want to marry her. I mean, Dizzy is the kind of person who I feel would be. I've compared Dizzy to cocaine before. Like the high is amazing, but the crash is really bad. Like, Dizzy would be a great whirlwind romance, but long-term relationship, you're gonna have to work on that pretty hard. Like, no offense to her. Like, she is both an intelligent and an opinionated woman, and of course she's also like, isn't she partly Chinese? Because FaZe Connect is like allergic to hiring white women. My apologies. I just need to mute for a second to blow my nose. I like Dizzy's nihilism. I mean, the trouble is with poor Dizzy is that she has real serious daddy issues too. She's talked before about how her father is very disrespectful to her, and she really craves his attention and his affirmation, and he knows this and like actively refuses to give it just to string her along, and like, that's a really sad thing, honestly. No father should ever do that to either his son or his daughter, which is really sad. But anyway, I'm not going to talk about the love bug for too long, because we have this wonderful thing to talk about. This is on the Discord, and this is, if you want to link it, I will link it in the chat just for the sake of doing so. But this is very readily available on the forum. Where on earth is there? It is. Asian parents, man. I agree. Wait, I can't link this because it's a PDF. I'm sorry. I'm a fool. Sorry. I am pretty distracted at the moment. So she says here, I never thought I would come out with this. I never thought something like this could happen, but it did. I originally was too scared to say anything. Worries as if anybody would believe me, or if I'd be harassed for coming out about this. However, the more I thought about it, the more I knew I had to. Because what if someone else just lets him walk all over them? Yeah, a bit late for that. And what if what happened to me happens to somebody else? Again, bit late for that. I cannot with good conscience not share what happened to me when I know it could help someone else. This isn't made to cancel or start a witch hunt. Yeah, I don't believe that at all. You don't make documents like this unless you want to cancel somebody. I mean, yeah, even if it's true, like, I don't like it when people say, oh, this won't start a witch hunt, this isn't made to cancel. That's always what happens. It's by default. This document is made with the intention and the hope that this is purely a beware, a warning to anyone who is a mutual, plans to defriend, or is unaware. Maybe if something similar in any way is happening to you, you can notice the signs that I didn't. If you choose to remain Tora's friend, that is your choice and decision, but do not invite me to servers he will be part of or collabs he's a part of. I asked for that at least. To rip the band-aid off, Tora assaulted me last year during my trip to Axe/LA in a friend's Airbnb we were staying at. I will now go into detail of my recounting of everything and include screenshots where needed. What is creepier, a woman calling her daddy or a man calling his mum mother? Yes, but they have... Face Connect knows better than to hire white women after Pipper happened. Asian parents, man, I know, Asian parents. It's so sad. Asian parents are such a meme and I wish they bloody weren't. Some context is needed. Tora and I first met my good friend and one of my first VTuber friend in Scar's servers. A common run-on joke that evolved as a group of us got closer and closer is that someday we would all meet up together at a convention or place and hang out. This is a very stupid thing to do if you are a VTuber. About a year later, as time went on, that place was Axe 2023. A group of them were going to rent an Airbnb and all hang out. This is also a terrible idea, never do that in company. I wanted to go but wasn't sure if I could afford it at the time and wasn't sure if my parents, I was 20 and had never traveled alone. Oh my goodness, there are so many red flags here already. I'm just gonna, would even let me. However, so she says parents around this time wouldn't let me. So she is 20 years old and living with her parents. Now, not that I'm going to shame that because a lot of people I live with my parents. But again, 20 years old, living with her parents. Two major red flags right there. So she is very young, very inexperienced, and she still lives with her parents. And she is considering making one of her travel things. She says, I had never traveled alone. So this is basically her first time away from home alone without her parents. And she's planning to do it with a bunch of people she met on Discord who are VTubers. Or VTuber adjacent people. However, around this time of planning, the Hololive EN concert was announced, and that it would be taking place in LA during the same time as AX. Ah yes, LA, a wretched hive of scum and villainy. I was originally planning on getting a streaming ticket until a good friend messaged me saying he was able to get 2 tickets, and his other friend also got 2 tickets, so each of them had a spare one, and if I was able to fly out, I could go to the concert. I was a massive Hololive fan, if you don't know, and I begged my parents to help me out and let me go see my Oshis on stage. After all, they saved my life. I skimmed this document before starting this, so I somewhat am aware of the contents, but still, they saved my life many times. When VTubers are things who are saving your life, not just once, but many times, you should not be traveling alone with people you have only met on the internet. A compromise was met and my aunt was going to come with me and we will be staying in a hotel room together, but our trips were unique in our own. I was overjoyed to tell my friends I could go and we were excited that after a year we could all finally meet. However, when Tora found this out, he was also excited, but there was something more. It was no secret at one point Tora wanted to be more than friends. However, there were some things that I didn't meet for his dating criteria at the time. The biggest was that he wanted somebody in his own state. While I had thought that ship had sailed, Tora, I guess, when he heard we were going to be in the same area for a while, still wanted to at least get in my pants. Allow me to just do this. Allow me to start highlighting this stuff. Why did that just change everything? I don't know. Sorry, I just completely lost my place because of that. Here we are. It's scrolled up a little bit. So, at this point, we have this. So, she knows that he wants to have sex with her. He also does not want to have anything. He doesn't want to be more than friends because she doesn't... So he doesn't want a relationship with her, but he does want to have sex with her. The earliest I recounted when going back in our DMs of this starting after it was confirmed I was going to Axe was in April. That's when the tuned up flirting began and the suggestion of something more. Why can't I highlight that? Come on. I hate these extensions. It's really annoying. Oh, that's what I was doing. This persisted up until July when the trip and concert was. I will now share some screenshots of the things he said. You may be wondering why I was giving into all this and letting my walls down. And my answer is that I had known him for a year. He hadn't done anything so unredeemable or horrifying yet. So, in other words, she is saying that he had done things, but they were not, by her own criteria, unredeemable and horrifying yet. He wants a sex friend. I agree, Armored Glass Cannon. And she still went, why exactly? Now this girl is a mess waiting to happen. I agree. 20 on her parents not letting her go places is the actual huge red flag. Means that I'm very sorry. I do not know why I am slurring my words weirdly today. I have not drunken. I have not had a drink or anything. This reads like it laced with some fan fiction in it. The screenshots paint a very different picture. Yeah, I just want to highlight this. In fact, I'm literally going to put it on screen right now for people. I am very annoyed that you, let me see if I can, properties. Yeah, because I don't want to sound here like I automatically believe everyone in this story for any reason. So let me just pop this up on screen. And just set it in my OBS. Okay, you should all be able to see that. So yeah, do not take anyone's story in all this at face value. They have every reason to lie or distort the truth. And several other people who I have seen comment on this have already said, yeah, this is not exactly this is not exactly truthful. Is this showing up on my stream? Let me turn off studio mode. Yes, it is. Good. Sorry, studio mode is sometimes a bit weird with all this stuff. Anyway, let us continue. Let us continue. Tora, unfortunately, was like my rock, and I was coming out of a rough breakup back in December of 2022. So, when she says rough breakup, I can only assume this was a digital relationship, because she says up here that she was traveling with that she knew her parents and she had never traveled alone. So there are only two possibilities here. The one possibility is that this was an all-digital relationship that her parents either didn't know about or just didn't really care about, or that this was somebody that she had been seeing in real life that her parents knew about. So, again, this is definitely not a good look in any way. I hung out on his server and with everyone else there to cope and take my mind off things, and since he had helped me, I was willing to look past some things he had said about whatnot. This is a very classic kind of woman thing. I was vulnerable and I guess in a very human way wanted attention that I missed. Tora knew how to press every button and had known me long enough to figure out how to get me to even slightly reciprocate. I let my walls and guard down, and around this time I even began to catch feelings for him. So he brought up the topic of having sex at Axe. I was scared, but I didn't totally say no. There were some other things that happened as well that made me uncomfortable that I let slide. For example, he had sent me an unsolicited dick pic, and even more often he would ask for audio or for lewd photos of myself. I know that I am not the only one he would ask, which makes me sad. Oh my god, my giddy aunt. Do I even need to know do I even need to explain? Like, everybody in chat is going like phrasing, oh no, red flag, red flag, red flag. Do I even need to elaborate on why this is terrible? Again, I wish to highlight, don't take anyone's story in all this at face value. A lot of like other women who have read this already have said this doesn't add up. I don't believe this person is as naive as they claim, and I am inclined towards this. Again, I am not saying she is lying, but she has every reason to reframe this narrative so that it looks as if she is more of a victim, okay? And I'm not saying, oh, she is an evil, mentally ill woman, you should never listen to her. What I am saying is that the power dynamics of this and the personal sense of culpability in all this are things that the average person, hell, even if I was writing a post-mortem about something that happened on Discord or on the forum where I got really mad at somebody and I banned them, and then later on it was proven that they didn't need to be banned or I overstepped, my instinct would still be to write in the style of, well, I carefully considered everything and, I made mistakes but, in hindsight, like that, it would be my temptation to downplay my culpability in it. So I am not going to blame this person necessarily for downplaying their own culpability into it, but at the same time, I just simply don't believe them when they say that they're so innocent. Minimum Oko says, it sounds like she likes him. He just wanted a sex buddy and she got upset over that and wants him cancelled. I mean, to be perfectly honest, the way that he acted is pretty deserving of public condemnation, especially given how many other people have already come out and said, yeah, he's been a sex pest. So I do think that he definitely deserves an awful lot of what he's getting, but I mean, yeah, definitely the framing of the narrative is already not very positive for anybody involved. Allow me to have a quick drink of water and not accidentally swig from my vinegar bottle, which I have right next to my chair for some reason. I apologize for the massively crinkly bottle. He pressured and pushed me into sending photographs sometimes. And sometimes I would, actually, even though I didn't want to, which I definitely shouldn't have. Yeah. Oh my... Look at... Chat. Why is it always pegging with these kind of men? Why is it always pegging with these kind of men? Why did the... What is it with pegging? Why did they always bring up pegging? Why? It's always it's always pegging and piss. Hello, Porian. Hello, Porian. Nice to see you. And why is that not popping up? It's not popping. I can't pin your comment right now because Stream Elements is being stupid. Oh dear. I'm kind of tempted to read these out loud in like a roleplay voice, but I just know that it would be clipped and used as a soundbite, so I'm not going to do that. But I will just say that somehow, for 3 days in a row, I have been accidentally exposed to material of like male VTubers or male VTuber fans talking about pegging, and I just don't understand how. Like, why? It's just... Super Duper, what is... Super Duper, I refuse to believe that you don't know what pegging is. Like, this is... Oh yeah, he deserves what's coming to him. I'm glad you agree, John Doe. So everybody in chat can educate Super Duper as to what pegging is, as to that very wholesome occupation that is so wonderful for all the men in VTubing circles. No, I don't think I will, since you want to act goofy and meet up with all these to probably bus with. You don't need me. Lily, if I could meet you, I would. what kind of people? I cannot imagine talking to anyone that I have any desire to be physically intimate with like this. Like, I want to make a joke about this. I want to parody this, but I literally do not want a soundbite of myself saying these kind of things out there because it would be so exploitable. But it's just insane. Yes, as Shiggy Diggy says, how can she read this shit he wrote and not just block him immediately? Also, Oko says, it's really weird for me to see this because just last week he wanted to play Warframe with me. I don't know why, but after I meet some people, crazy shit happens to them. It's your version of my curse. Whenever I sleep, somebody graduates. Whereas your curse is every time a male wants to collab with you or do something with you about on gaming, he turns out to be a sex pest. Remind me never to ask you for a collab then. I don't want to be cursed. The Zoomer courtship rituals are truly inscrutable. Yeah, this is just insane. If a woman that I loved with all my heart and soul was saying these kind of things to me in a DM, I would be genuinely worried and ask them to get help or counseling before having anything to do with me any longer. Like, that's how creepy and weird I find this. It starts with Warframe and ends with me. Why would you say this to another person? Why would you say this? Unironically makes me feel much better about the way that I talk to women, because I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll get called out for being like overly literal or autistically factual or overly wordy with women, but at least I'm not out there saying, hey girl, do you want to stick something up my ass? You know, I'll take the overly analytical approach, thank you, and I think most women would too. There is also a very uncomfortable thing as well I found when rereading our messages. He admitted to masturbating to my voice on streams. I know you can't really stop that and people have minds of their own, but I don't want to know whether you are doing that. This reminds me of Kirsche. Again, this reminds me of Kirsche when she played, was it Final Fantasy or was it Gaia, or was it a Terra? Not Gaia, a Terra. I forget if Terra had Elins as well. Or no, it's Lalafels in Final Fantasy VII, where she was playing an Elin, and somebody just walked up to her in a lobby and said, I think in text or voice, you know, do you mind if I masturbate to your Elin? I need Terra, thank you, Stuffy Doll. Thank you. Yes, it was Terra. Like I get Lalafels from Final Fantasy confused with Elins from Terra because they're basically the same thing. I promise that unless you have secret messages, you're probably fine. Oh no, Murray, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for you. Extreme horniness, or they are closet gay, super duper. And what was her reply? Let me get back to this. What was her reply? I mean, she said no. Like she says no because you made it. I wouldn't have cared. She said I wouldn't have cared if you hadn't told me. But now that you've asked me, it's creepy, and I don't want to know about it. So please don't. It's just like, why would you say that to a streamer? Why would you say that? Like, if you want to jerk off to them, there's literally nothing they can do about it. But what? I don't get this. I don't get people. I don't get this generation. The more you read, the worse it got. Oh no. Let's zoom in. I really hate hate how these screenshots are cropped. Sometimes I'll listen to your stream and do it tee-hee, lol, because I like your voice. I'll be like, me be, desirous. Lily is on. You don't give me much content. Oh, this is such disgusting commentary. This is so disgusting. Hey, you don't give me much content to work with. If you are a woman and a man ever says anything like this to you, he's not worth it. I don't care if he is a multi-millionaire and your sole and express purpose is getting to him so that you can then immediately divorce him and get 50% in the divorce settlement. It's still not worth it. 1 nanosecond, please. What is it with people and telling other people about their sex habits? I don't talk about mine because I enjoy the beauty of it being mine. Well, I mean, that could be a whole massive tangent even of itself, but I mean, like, when I was much younger on the internet, they would have cyber sex and so on, and I was, like, aware of that, but I mean, you could talk to somebody and be with them, you know, in a platonic capacity as friends for years, and unless they were a furry, they just maybe they'd say, hey, I'm doing something with my online GF or whatever, and you'd have a giggle about it or whatever, and okay, but now it's just like, hey guys, I'm just going to like have a hardcore BDSM RP with my 3 bisexual gay catboy friends in VC. You don't mind, do you? And all this stuff, and I'm just like, why do people need to know that? And it's exhibitionism, it's why I firmly believe that porn is a slippery slope, because people start out being like, oh, this is all weird and taboo and dangerous, and, you know, I'm jerking off to this, but I don't want people to know because this is weird and society wouldn't respect me if I talked about this. But now it's like everything is out in the open, and if you're into BDSM or something, or even stuff like water sports, you know, that's literally vanilla at this point. Nobody would bat an eye at any of that stuff. It's not something that, and we need to bring back societal shaming for things like this, because, you know, the thing is, when people are more relaxed about what turns them on and so forth, it makes other people who are more degenerate than them go, oh, I can now push the boundary, I can push things further. You know, they're talking about what they like in bed, so I'm going to talk about my orgies and stuff like that. And it's not dignified, and, well, I hope I don't need to even say that, but, you know, we need to go back. We need a good bit of Christian prudism back in life again, because, you know, things were better. At least in that case, it was behind closed doors, and that's the thing. They all say, oh, why do you care about what 2 people get up to behind closed doors? But I mean, just look at the parades in various cities. It's not behind closed doors. I don't get how they are talking about this and only about this. Their relationship seems incredibly shallow and emotionless. I mean, quite possibly. But I mean, Luminous, again, this is the standard. Again, you just got to listen to Kirsche streams and talk about the kind of standards that people have nowadays. Can we make water sports taboo again, please? I can't take the fact we have to talk about piss 3 times a week. Reminds me of the concept of the Overton window. Yeah, I agree. A trans couple at work did dog play out in the streets. That barely even backs bring back shame, don't let me see it. I agree, people should be shamed for what they do. I think that shame is an extremely valuable societal teaching lesson. Anyway, we're almost a quarter of the way through already, because this isn't quite as long as some of the other allegation documents that I've read. My first day of the trip, I did not meet Tora. The second day of the trip, however, is when we planned that we would meet up after the Hololive concert and take an Uber together to the Scarlet Kingdom / City Airbnb, Scar's server name, and we would hang out there for a bit. However, plans didn't end up entirely that way, and little did I know that night I would grow to dread. My holo friend and I met up and hung out during the early half of the day. Before he took us in his car to pick up with some other holo friends who were in the same Hololive shitpost server, we all carpooled to the EN pre-show because that's where we were going to meet another holo friend who ordered a pizza for all of us. I can't remember if it was on the drive there or at the pre-show when I found out Tora and a different VTuber friend of his were also at the pre-show, which was at some large park. While we were in line for the pizza distribution, that's when Tora walked over to us. I think I told him where we were. That is when I saw him. He liked to make fun of it, but I was too scared to hug him. Ultimately, he coerced me into giving him a hug, And I felt a bit more at... If somebody coerces you into giving them a hug, why would that make you feel more at ease? Like, you know, if you're an arachnophobe and somebody says, oh, it's okay, just grab this spider, and you don't want to do it, and you eventually muster up the courage to grab the spider, and it crawls all over your hand, and it creeps you out and triggers your arachnophobia, that's not going to make you feel more at ease after it leaves. This doesn't make any sense to me at all. I was nervous not only because of social anxiety and being an introvert. It's always the introverts. It's always the introverts. But because I was under the impression him and I were going to do something the following night. We get our pizza, and this is where the meetup picture is taken and tweeted. I don't know what meetup picture they're talking about. Also, side note, he was the one who chose the lewd art and thought it'd be a funny joke. I don't know what his intentions were at this time, but it's also something to point out. And like, yeah, this is... So he commissioned... What? Synodine... That is... Oh, what is with the Zoomers? Like, this is disgusting, but I am drawn mentally to this. That is so poggy... That... Let me just move down so you can actually see it on screen. Look at this. Look at it in the top, in the bottom lower right corner. That is so poggy.
These people should all go be Nijien fans. Or commit joining Nisanji.
Thank you, Barrett. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Beherit Venus. Well then, I joined it at the right time. Welcome, Just Cannon. This guy is literally signaling her with a whole landing strip of red lights that he is gonna F her. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, if two people want to hook up, okay, that's fine. You know, I mean, it's not fine in terms of, like, morals and principles and everything, but if it's two consenting adults who are okay with the idea of hooking up and meet to have sex and everything, then, you know, in context, this doesn't look as bad. But again, it's just like, you have to be approaching this from such a weird angle. Because, again, this is real hookup culture behavior. It's like, I want you for completely emotionless, meaningless sex. And, you know, if the other person is like, yeah, I totally want emotionless, meaningless sex with you, it's, you know, it's a bad thing morally, but at the very least, the statistics of the transaction are clear. You can't later turn around and say, you know, this is something that was something different. I thought it was something different. No, you've got no excuse. You agreed to this of the same principles. And what I really don't get is again, I don't believe that she is this innocent. I don't believe this framing that, I was so innocent and delicate, and this I was totally taken advantage of, and, you know, I thought that this would... Because the framing that seems to be going on right now is that she seems to think that she had genuine feelings for him and wanted him as her boyfriend. And she somehow thought that by meeting up with him, I don't know, she would change him somehow and, like, inspire him to commit to an actual relationship with her. And again, this is me steel-manning the absolute most positive interpretation I can think of here. This is not what I genuinely think was happening, but this is, like, how I am trying to think a completely messed up person might think things would go. And then just not believing that he would actually just use her for sex. Green Kit Bash, her pussy's so good he'd keep coming back. I mean, yeah, I can believe that a woman could think that. I'm pretty sure that that is Luca Kaneshiro, not Vox Akuma. This and Vox's Fujos have made me forever associate Pog with sex. Is this what nerd dating is like? I mean, apparently. I mean, this just makes me feel so much better about my own interactions with women, because it doesn't matter how many times people say, oh, you're weird and cringe. Like, this is the competition. This is what I'm up against. So, you know, I feel a lot better about it. Sorry. Allow me to just grab another sip of water, because I can tell this is going to be a rather throat hurting. This is one of my greatest problems with streaming. I have yet to develop the streamer throat, where a streamer can just ramble for 7 hours straight, and then have another stream like 2 days later for another 7 hours, and somehow not have their throat start to hurt. My throat consistently starts to hurt after talking for about 3 hours straight. By 2 hours, it's a bit scratchy. By 3 hours, it's like, no, sorry, I can't speak any longer. I'm going to have a seriously sore throat tomorrow morning if I don't stop. Thank you, Danny Darkcat, for subscribing, by the way. Then we went our separate ways to the venue. After the concert, me and my hollow friend are waiting for Tora to come out of the venue. It took a very long time because once you left those gates, security didn't want us to go back in. Eventually he comes out and says goodbye to my hollow friends. I order an Uber and we begin to walk to the pickup area. So she's now alone with this guy, which is a terrible thing. Tora tells me that we can't do anything because essentially he was talking to this other person who lives in the same state as him and kind of wants to pursue them, and they think they are a thing, so it would technically be okay to do things, but
Also, I wanted to point out that she has bigger hands than him. Worse, Pog has been associated with Nolan opening his mouth under Vox's desk.
Thank you, Beharit Venus, for another for that $1 tip. I wasn't going to comment on that. Like, I am not going to. I'm going to exercise the virtue, the Christian virtue of judging not lest ye be judged. But that's definitely a comment. I mean, my hands are really small for a man's. Use the Lord of the Ring dude who did Smeagol drink. I have no idea what you're talking about, Board. Streamer throat. Yeah, I have yet to develop streamer throat. I wasn't really upset about him, and I wouldn't hook up. I was a bit relieved, to be honest. What I was upset about was the fact that he for months led me on and pressured me into doing things, sending things, making it seem like he wanted me just to be tossed out. I felt stupid and used for letting my walls down. I kicked myself for thinking I expected any different from him. After all, it wasn't the first time he had this playboy mentality. I mean, there's nothing playboy about the mentality. That's pure cringe. Like, in my cultural expectations, a playboy is like some kind of at least relatively sophisticated guy who is, you know, he's obviously a player, but women like him enough to get over that. Whereas he took pride in the fact he had many feminine people wrapped around his finger. He liked telling them what they wanted to hear. He treated them like objects almost. I was a fool to think he'd treat me any different. I tried to choke back my anger and sadness, and we walked back to the Uber pickup spot. Now here, this is where, again, I highlight the do not take anyone's story in all this at face value. They have every reason to lie or distort the truth, because this is This just makes absolutely no sense to me. This chain of logic here makes zero sense to me in any way whatsoever, because she's saying here two things that can't really be true at the same time. Like, she says that this guy was bragging about how many women he had wrapped around his finger, or at the very least that she was aware that she was not his only hole, as it were, and that he was busy cultivating another bunch of people. So, and then she says, you know, she implies that she was ready to have sex with him, because she says earlier she was really nervous because she thought they were going to do something together. So she's not saying she was... Now, if she had written, I was really nervous that I was going to have to let him down because he thought that we were going to have sex. If she had written that, it would make much more sense. But she writes here, you know, she thought that she was going to have sex with him, and now when he says that he doesn't want to because he has somebody else, she's both relieved and very upset. It just makes no sense. It can be one thing or the other. And this is after the events. If she'd written this like an hour or so afterwards, I can understand that level of mental confusion, because, yeah, I can understand that a woman would have a lot of conflicting feelings in the moment about all this. But again, you can't just go away and write this stuff afterwards and expect it to hold up, because it's too conflicting. Like, you're angry and you're sad, okay, that's fine, but you're angry and you're sad that you're not going to have sex, and yet you're also relieved, and yet you also knew that he was into this for that reason. This is 1984 levels of doublethink. You can't lay out all of these facts on the table and then come to these conclusions with it, because these are not the logical conclusions that a rational person would come to, or even somebody who is particularly blinded by emotions or desire. And again, I think she is right I don't think she's telling any lies about what this guy did to her. Just that, like, her perspective in all this makes no sense and comes across as maybe not pity baiting, but real, just really not making any sense. In the Uber, there was a point where our Uber driver asked Tora if he could quickly take a piss. Shockingly, he pulled in a neighborhood and began pissing in someone's random lawn. When he was out of sight, Tora rested his head on my shoulder and held my hand in the back of the car. I didn't really want him to touch me, but I unfortunately am a people pleaser and let him. He just said something on the lines of how he was so sorry and hoped I wasn't mad at him. I don't remember my response, but whatever it was probably to get him to lay off it, because I was upset and didn't want to talk about it. I cannot remember if this tweet was before or after he did this, but here's a tweet I made that Tora encouraged, just to prove there was a point in time where the Uber driver was not present. Ah, lovely water. I'm wearing a very, very thick, fluffy outfit at the moment because it's very, very cold. So I am wrapped up very nice and snug in a very warm, fluffy dressing gown. You should see. I hope I never get doxxed or whatever, but it would be highly entertaining to see how you reacted to how I'm streaming right now. I have a thick fluffy hood on. I have 3 layers of tops on, and I have like fluffy gloves on as well. I look as if I'm streaming from inside, the Russian front in World War II. Oh, that actually reminds me. Just give me a second. To just DM, well, not DM, just ping somebody about something. If you want to... There we go. Just had to alert somebody about something. After a bit, we finally make it to the Scar City Airbnb. It's fun, and Tora gets to meet everyone for the first time. I had already met them the day before when we went to the aquarium, and that's when I borrowed my friend's Laser's pen lights for the concert. We got there pretty late, as the tweet above shows, and my hotel was over an hour drive away, so the Airbnb gang lets us both spend the night. Kyoi brings us a spare pillow and blanket. The plan is for us to sleep on each end of the couch. Here is a floor plan to help. Tora's side of the couch. So... This is just... This could be the plot of a bad porn movie. You know, one of those porn movies where it's like they're trying to have some kind of plot as to why everybody is having loads and loads of sex all the time. This is like one of those things. This is like a porn movie that was scripted by some kind of amateur drama enthusiast that is very angry that Hollywood wouldn't take him seriously. And so now we have a casting couch moment. Literally, unironically. So now we have this woman and this man, both of whom she thought they were going to this con and were going to have sex afterwards. And then he says he doesn't want to, and she's both angry and relieved. And then they go back in an Airbnb together and they're alone. And then they get a couch. They despite the fact they have already agreed they are not going to have sex, they are now going to sleep on the same couch, which their friends endorse. Dude had an off day. Happens to all of us. Sorry. Sorry, I just had to answer somebody. But yeah, this is just completely... Although, of course, she needed the bigger part. By the way, I should note that this guy, we know what this guy looks like because he has posted his own face on his own social media. Like, this is not a dox. Like, let me be very clear that what this man looks like is not a dox. He has posted pictures of himself on his own public VTuber connected Twitter account. Everyone calls it for the night when I am lying on my back on one side of the couch. Tora is on his phone from what I remember on the other side. Lasers is awake, but in his room with the door closed. However, one thing to note about his room is that the door was shuttered, which means you could see movement through each side and you could hear quite a bit. After some time of us both being on our phones, I hear Tora asking if I love him. I am still upset and I do not answer. It feels like a split second afterward I feel shuffling and moving, and next thing I know, Tora is on top of me, and the way he was on me, I couldn't push him off. I remember in this exact moment I felt fear, upset, and confusion. He doesn't stop there, though. He kisses me on the cheek and whispers in my ear. I do not remember exactly what he says to me, as I have repressed a lot of the specifics. But what I can say is that I did not consent. I did not want him on top of me, I did not want him to kiss my cheek, and I did not want him to get close to me. I wanted to disappear from the moment. I wanted to scream or cry or shove him off, but I was frozen. I couldn't move. Was he going to stop there? I hoped he would. I was pinned, I was helpless. I remember asking him what the F he was doing, and luckily Lasers on the other side of his room heard me or movement because he came outside of his room. When Tora heard him coming, he practically flew off of me. Him doing that shows me that he knew that what he had done was wrong. Lasers didn't see or hear everything from what I remember, but he, from my memory, said he heard movement and wanted to see what was happening. I was too scared or shocked to say anything. Tora ended up changing the subject and brought up how ominous Lasers looked in the doorway of his room, because it was the only thing lit around us. He then took a picture of Lasers, which he then also ended up editing to remove both of our heads, because I'm also visible in the original photo, and showing to his stream. Nobody knew that photo was taken after Tora assaulted me. Every time I look at it, I get a pit in my stomach. For privacy purposes of this doc, I will include the edited version. That does look kind of weird and creepy and horror movie vibe, honestly. The day after, I didn't bring it up until I'm in an Uber with Lasers and Scar before they got dropped off at the... Lasers and Scar, these are such freaking Zoomer names. Before they get dropped off at the convention center. I don't share all the details, but I essentially thank Lasers for saving me. I am mad at Tora still after the trip. It isn't till I agree and admit that I hate him in a playful interaction where I confront him about everything, the leading on, and bring up to him getting on top of me. I confronted him on the 13th of July, 2023. I don't think sharing the entire confrontation is terribly needy, but essentially he brushes off the assault and thinks I'm more mad that we didn't have sex, and not the emotional manipulation that assault, which I correct him on. He apologizes and says he will be better. If people think that I'm lying, I can include the whole first confrontation in an edited version. A thing I want to point out here is that he brushed off and didn't address the assault. I didn't want to cut him off entirely because I was still attached. Because of what he did for me and how he was there for me in a really rough spot. I believed I must have been overreacting and the assault wasn't that big of a deal, so I made the mistake of letting him silence me. I let him, for the most part, get away with it. I never pushed. Why is that? Oh, come on. Why are you doing that? There we go. Now, there are several things going through my mind as I read this. I want to add that he ate edibles. I was texting him at that time. You're talking about the guy, the assaulter, Taro. Congratulations, I've already managed to forget his name. But I feel it's worth pausing here because this is actually one of the things that I do kind of believe, because I have heard several women at this point say this. And I've heard it from older women, I've heard it from younger women, that this is something that goes through their heads constantly whenever they think about the things that a man does to them. And again, I'm not taking her side on this, but I am saying that this paragraph in particular feels real to me. And again, it could be a lie, but it describes an attitude that I do genuinely believe that women have in situations like this. And I feel that it is an attitude that men do not really understand, because an awful lot of men are like, oh, of course it was wrong, you should totally call him out or anything, but women just don't seem to have the same perspective, and I won't try and speak for them because I know that I will get something wrong and I will butcher their accounts and everything. Because again, I don't think like a woman because I'm not a woman, I'm a man. You know, biological reality is a thing and all. But many, many women feel that they have an obligation to forgive men who overstep their bounds because they feel as if it's like a bank. I would say it like this. A lot of women feel as if their emotions seem to be like a bank. And that a man, by showing them affection and giving them time, is depositing into that bank. And when he does something like this, he is essentially withdrawing from the bank again. And women seem to be able to do this thing where they do an internal revenue assessment, and they go, well, this man did something that cost him a lot of money from my bank, but he also, like, his balance sheet still checks out. He still has this much positive credit with me, so I'm not going to default on this relationship because I'm still technically making an income. You know, and maybe that's an overly callous, again, I don't claim this is right, but that is just kind of the analogy that I feel is apt from my understanding of things. I thought I didn't manage to spot it. I'm speaking in terms of emotional and relationships, not in terms of the physical act of depositing something inside of a woman's sealed vault, as it were. Women should learn that if you give an inch, they'll take a mile. If you have to give people a reason, you have to give people a reason to do better. Super duper, that is one of the very rare sane things you have actually said in one of my streams. I agree. It's ironic because I literally had a conversation about why I'm willing to forgive certain people or to take pity on them right before stream, and it was a woman telling me that I should have less pity and mercy, and I think her perspective was completely valid. So I tried not to be extremist on both ends. I'm not like, oh, I'm a man and I would never forgive this if this happened to me, so naturally no person should ever be like this. No, I think, again, there you have to take nuance into every situation, but yeah, there is no real nuance in this situation if it's true. If you take that analogy, technically he overdrew because she came out with this. I mean, yeah, I agree. He eventually... But the thing is, my point is that at this point in time, because this occurred in July of 2023, so she waited until, March of 2024 to actually call him out over any of this. So even then, she still thought that either she could salvage this or at the very least it could be a clean break. Whereas I'm pretty certain that as we continue to go down, it'll make it clear that there was not a clean break. And let me continue. It wasn't until in a VC with some friends recounting the Axe trip that I mentioned what happened to me in more full detail. That is where I learned what happened to me shouldn't have been brushed off or ignored. I was assaulted, full stop. Hearing those words, applying it to what happened to me changed things. It reopened the wound. I began to have nightmares. I began to have the situation play over and over in my mind, and began to think about what would have happened if I did this, that, said this, that, etc. After a few days of coping with this reality, I realized I couldn't let this slide anymore. And allow me to be controversial. This could be a very controversial take, and that's fine. That's fine. When I see this, I learned what happened to me shouldn't have been brushed off or ignored. I was assaulted, full stop. Now, on a technical level, I agree to all of this. But at the same time, there is a book that I have been reading recently, and that book is Bad Therapy, Why Our Kids Aren't Growing Up by Abigail Shrier. And she talks about the problem of therapy, and she cites quite a few studies and various things, so she's not just talking out of her arse, about how very often it's the case where people who have experienced trauma and then go through therapy for trauma have worse outcomes than people who didn't go through therapy for trauma, because when you dwell on an event like this, and when it's brought up to you and reinforced to you by other people, then it makes it, and if you've already managed to settle it in your own head, then the therapy only ends up bringing you back to a state of vulnerability. And again, in this, remember, let me underline this absolutely. I agree with the red highlighting. She was assaulted and she should not have ignored it. But at the same time, I do feel as if the whole reopening stuff, so you're saying sue my therapist, I mean, I can send you a PDF of the book if you want to read it yourself. It's pretty good. But yeah, I just don't like it when I see this, because I feel as if there was a chance for things to end to stop at this point. There was a point that, like that meme, there was a point we needed to stop and we have clearly passed it. Like, this was the point that I feel things needed to stop. And now we are clearly past it. Like, between this paragraph and the last paragraph, that's the meme. That's the meme right there. You could insert that meme right there and we're there. But again, that's a controversial topic for maybe another stream, because again, I might talk about that book sometime, because I really enjoy that book. Let me tap back to it. After a few days of coping with this reality, I realized I couldn't let it slide anymore. I confronted Tora, telling him I was going to cancel our upcoming collab and that I wasn't comfortable even being his friend anymore. Now, let me just loop back again for a second. This is something that she should have done to begin with. Like, in a perfect world, what happened to her was nasty, but it also was not life-destroying. You know, she wasn't physically molested. It ended very quickly. It had the potential to go somewhere worse, but in terms of quantifiable physical damage, I would say that the rational response would have been to go, I never want to talk to this person ever again. I am cutting him out of my life, and I am removing myself from the social group that is willing to defend him, and then just moving on with your own life. Maybe expose him, maybe say, hey guys, this is what happened to me, if you want. I don't think that would have necessarily been a bad thing, but the fact that she continued to have some form of platonic relationship with him, that she remained his friend, that she was even planning to collaborate with him, that is a terrible thing to do. That's a very bad way to handle things. You should never do this. Never do this. You need to cut off people in your life that are damaging to you. Even if you can deal with that, Peanut Tomato, she should have cut contact with the guy and that would have been it. People need to learn to let go and move on. I agree. And that's something that I see very often when I read about older people writing about their experiences in college and about their experiences in the dating world and so forth. They say, this stuff happened to me. Like, I remember reading a woman's blog many years ago, actually, where she was saying that I don't understand why students think that it is weird that they get dumped and like have apocalyptic breakdowns over social media on it. And because when I was in college, like, yeah, you got dumped and you got over it. Like, that was it. People were just more mentally strong. They just got over it and they moved on. They didn't hold on to it for decades. They didn't hold on to it. They didn't whine about it on social media. They didn't receive therapy for it. They didn't, do all of these things. They didn't go, oh, well, we can still be friends. They had the mental fortitude necessary to go, this was bad, but I'm going to move on. And we've lost that in society, and we really need to toughen up. And this is here. I'm not going to be able to do the Saturday collab. Are you okay? Wait, what? Lily, are you for real? 100% serious? Give me a brief synopsis of what happened. I understand. Is there anyone else involved I should know about? Hold on to it for 2 years until your friends tell you that you were assaulted and that you get nightmares and cancel people. Yeah, Asihara, that's pretty much the summation of where we are. That is the "you are here" meme of this conversation right now. But again, this is as you say, in 2024. I hadn't even noticed the timestamps of it. So let me go back for a second. Let me go back for just a second. It wasn't until I was in a VC with some friends recounting the Axe trip when I mentioned what happened. I began to have nightmares and began to think after a few days. So yeah, so this VC happened, and then a few days later. So 03/15. So this is 03/15/2024. It is currently 018 because the date format is different for me and Americans. So this is about 2 weeks after this happened. And let's assume that she had this conversation on, say, 25th of February or so, or thereabouts. So to be perfectly honest, I can see initially I read this and was like, damn, why on earth is this guy like ignoring the fact of what he did? But as reading this, like, I can understand why his response was, Lily, are you for real? Because to him, Like 2 years have passed and she hasn't said anything about this and she has remained his friend. And to his mind, I could understand if he was like, yeah, this is behind me. I don't have to think about this anymore. I didn't actually do anything wrong. I mean, again, I don't agree with that understanding, but it's a conclusion that I can understand him coming to. And him being shocked and surprised this was all a thing. Again, it's 2 years later. People educated by the internet, every single bad thing, no matter how small, is a catastrophe for the Zoomers. I agree. These PDFs, manifestos are remarkably commonplace in the VTuber sphere. Y'all need to get outside some more. I mean, yeah, Alex, I quite agree. I quite agree. But I mean, it makes for entertaining content, even if it is very depressing. It is very, very depressing. Down we go. Oh, and there's more to this. I'm sorry. I'm zoomed in a bit too much, so I don't see the continuity of it. Oh my. It's almost like ChatGPT for a second. Is there anyone else involved I should know about? I'm sure there's a misunderstanding. There's something entirely between you and me. I just hadn't realized it until now. I'm mentally assuming that this is the point where he realized what she was talking about. I'm sorry if I ever did anything that upset you, Lily. Take your time if you want to. I said VC about it. We can just let me know. I assume this is something you may have been thinking about for a while. I'm sorry if this has been festering and weren't sure of what you wanted to do, but with your thoughts and feelings. I know I say this all the time and it seems like a joke, but I genuinely do enjoy having you as a friend. We've all had these collabs together and have talked about it with each other about our personal lives throughout the years. When I finally got to meet you at Axe, you were honestly the one I was most excited to meet. I've enjoyed so much of our time together, and I know that I've made mistakes between us too. I know that the entire situation between us doing things as more than friends was rough and 100% my fault. I know I have probably offended you with the joke and came off as insensitive or tactless. I do my best to fix my mistakes and learn from them because I want to experience more with you. I'm always willing to improve and work on it though. If you want me to stop making certain jokes, blah, 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 blah. But of course, I can't force you to like me. If this is something you seriously feel and that is something you feel is unfixable, I will respect your decision. I just hope we can rekindle our relationship at some point. I never want to cause you any emotional harm or stress, Lily. I'm sorry for anything I have done to hurt you. And I'm not gonna comment on this until I read further. So I want to read how much of this is there. Damn, there's a lot. Oh my goodness, there's a lot. There's a lot. Okay. So I'll withhold my commentary until I've read through all of this. I can assure you this isn't over some joke or something you said, but it's definitely something you did. I'll zoom in a bit because now I know what everything is. Then move that over to the side so you can actually read it past the chat. I had repressed this and didn't pay much thought to it until the Axe trip came up in conversation. It wasn't till I told some friends about what happened did they tell me straight up, and it forced me to unpack and come to terms with the reality. You assaulted me when we spent the night at the Airbnb. I don't care, it doesn't matter that you were talking about prior, but I didn't consent to you getting on top of me. I didn't consent to you getting so close, whispering my ear, and I didn't consent to you kissing my cheek. Didn't matter that we were talking about prior to leading up to the trip. That isn't consent or a good excuse for your actions. I was in so much shock I couldn't probably word anything out. Thank F. Lasers heard me asking what the F are you doing. I know now it was wrong, so effing wrong. I figured something like that. I'm not going to read all of this because it's basically just regurgitating all the stuff that she's talking about frequently. Maybe anything I could have or should have said didn't matter, but you didn't see anything wrong with it, so F me, right? If I was able to push you off, or if how many places didn't come out. I also didn't realize you had made it official with your partner in March. You've told others that's when you got together. 1 year in March. Congrats. Do they know that you were talking about effing me in a bathroom in LA a month into it? Do they know you sent me unlisted dick pics 2 months into you dating them? You can't really deny that either. Even in the confrontation, you couldn't get your story right. You admitted and let it slip you had been dating them in one of the messages, but then you swapped back to friends with benefits. What the F? There's no such thing. There's no such thing as friends with benefits. Rereading everything and seeing what was said, knowing you had a partner at that time fills me with disgust. I was a fool for ever letting you say those things to me, and I was a fool to let my guard down. You may have apologized for leading me on, but I doubt you apologized to your partner for cheating. If I had known that was the case, I wouldn't have encouraged such behavior. But there's other things, but essentially that is why. Okay, I mean, so far, I mean, I'm interested in what his response is now. Regarding the first thing, I knew it was bad, even though lasers did coincidentally go what's going on as it happened. I mean, there's literally no point in saying this. I did plan to stop myself after the kiss on the cheek. Okay, this is a... No, he should not... No, he should not be saying this. You should... No, 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 no. I'm glad that you brought it up now, because even back then I thought to myself, man, I shouldn't have done that. We didn't agree on anything like that after the bombshell of saying I don't want to do sexual stuff anymore. All that stuff is well warranted. I'm so very sorry about that. I should have apologized to you about it ASAP. The fact that you'd never have done it in the first place. He should literally just say, I'm very sorry about that. I should have apologized to you about it ASAP, because all of this stuff, like the justification, I definitely was planning to back off. No. Dig up, man. Dig up. When you confronted me about the other stuff, I did have it in mind, but I assumed that it was entailed in the you are flirting too much, leading me on for nothing at all. My God, if that constitutes as flirting, I don't know what... I can tell you with confidence that I never, ever, ever would have done anything more than the getting on top and kiss on the cheek. No, dig up! Dig up! Dig up! Because, one, I already told you by that point that I did not want to go through with doing anything too physical like sex. With two, I 100% honesty was thinking of it like as dig up, dig up, dig up, dig up. No, 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 no. I distinctly no, oh no, I'm speed reading ahead. No, Matt, no. I distinctly remember thinking to myself that I was not to touch your butt or breasts or anything like that, but I went for the kiss on the cheek, which I should not have done. No. I think, in all honesty, I was being insecure about not wanting you to be my friend anymore. I kept bothering you and saying, do you love me and stuff like that, because I didn't want you to hate me. In the end, though, that was a completely unwarranted thing to do and very immature and insensitive. I'm so very sorry for that. Oh, no! Terrain, pull up! This is getting worse by the minute. Oh, I am in so much pain right now. You can't see it, but I have such a hard, like, cringe frown on my face. The muscles of my forehead are seriously hurting. This is the worst. This is the worst thing. Like, this is the equivalent of if he had said, oh no, don't worry, I definitely wasn't thinking of raping you. Like, that would be only slightly worse than what he is saying here right now. Like, that is... Regarding the second thing, we didn't become official until after Acts, when I talked to them seriously about being a serious couple. May is when I first went out on a date and decided to be on an anniversary date. We both liked each other, but it was still an open relationship. There's no such thing as an open relationship. There is just suffering and misery. Till after Acts, when we discussed being monogamous. Our situation beforehand was that we both liked each other and wanted to continue dating, but we never discussed how open we would be regarding other people. I called her my girlfriend at the time because that was my mental decision at Acts to call her that. They know that I talked to other people before that time, and we actually had a lot of discussion about it. They had a lot of self-doubt in themselves, since they always thought, oh, Tora is talking about to other girls. I'm just another one of them. That's why I made this very critical decision during X to not go through with our impromptu let's try sex thing we planned. I hate Zoomers. I didn't want to hurt your feelings by doing intimate things with you and then just leaving you alone. I thought that would be very effed up, so I was very, very clear to my partner about what had happened. Now, I am a virgin, okay? However, I have it on pretty damn good authority that the first time you're with somebody, it's pretty awkward. This is going to sound... Maybe this is too far for some people, but, like... Yeah... The first time you bang someone, it's going to be awkward, and you're going to fumble around a lot, and you're probably not going to have an orgasm unless both of you are pretty sexually experienced previously. Like this, to be honest, if they did have, like, sweaty nerd sex on the couch, I can guarantee you that would have led to crying and tears and, like, this has never happened to me before moments. again, this is a bad situation, but it's very, like, Laser is MVP in this situation. Well, he's kind of an idiot for not thinking this would happen to begin with, but I mean, Laser, you deserve an award for interrupting this when you did, because it could have been so much worse and so much more embarrassing for all parties involved. You'll find out one day. I believe in you. I will huff the fluff. Yo, Babby, wanna try some sex? Proctor is a virgin, Lamau. Excuse me, I run a Vtuber forum. Like, my virginity card is stamped and locked in an underground safe 3 meter. Proctor admitting he's a virgin with rage was not on my bingo card. Look, Again, I come from a community where virginity is not considered a bad thing, all right? So I don't mind that. I do not intend... I am very much the kind of wait until marriage guy, because again, I don't want to have my V card torn up by somebody I don't intend to spend the rest of my life with, all right? And I consider this document right here to be absolutely absolute perfect proof that my stance and attitude is right and the correct one. And I can cite this as an example of why. We both came to terms with that. They are happy I did not go through with the sex, but if I did, they can't get mad about it because we never discussed being an exclusive relationship. I profusely apologize. Oh, this is a double though. I profusely apologize for my behavior that I had the night after Hololive. There was no excuse, and I'm glad I didn't go further than I already did. The damage is done, and I feel horrible that you had nightmares and I'm stressed so much about the situation. I could have been more transparent about the exact situation I had with my partner, and I 100% should have. I really don't want to lose you, my guy, my dude, my guy, my dude, my dude, my dude, my dude, my guy, my dude, my guy, my friend. It is now the goal of the fort. I feel like in a bad 80s comedy movie. Are you kidding? Proctor isn't corrupted. I'm not corrupted by females. Proctor. No, Azihara, I do not wear a chastity belt. The fact this guy thinks... The fact that this guy thinks that he can somehow salvage this situation is the myth. I will give him credit. This man is not a doomer. This man is not a doomer. This is the most optimistic man that I have ever known in my entire life. His levels of optimism are completely off the charts right now. Just truly inspirationally optimistic, this man. Like, you could put this man in the middle of a war zone and have, like, 1,000 terrorists pointing their Kalashnikovs at him and literally have somebody shouting that he is an infidel and will now be riddled with lead, and he would just be like, don't worry, guys, I'm sure the UN will save me any moment. Like, that is the level of optimism, the avatar of, we are so effing back, bros. This man is an inspiration to us all. And this is the only context in which he will be an inspiration to us all. I'm so sorry, Lily. You are also one of my best friends. I never want to hurt you. I can't change the past. I wish that was resolved a lot earlier so that it didn't have to boil over and become so stressful. For the exact timeline that I can give some clarification on if you wish, early 2023, Tora and Lily were flirting back and forth a lot, and Platt's planning to do sexy stuff and acts later. Later, a first date with GF. I have no idea why I told other people it was much. Okay, oh no, he's digging again. He's digging again. He's digging again. He's saying, oh no, my story was totally wrong. Like, he's contradicting himself. Again, even if this second thing is the truth, is the God's honest truth, it's too late. It's too late. In this time frame of being in a situation, in this time frame of being... Chat, those younger and zoomery than me, what is a situationship? What is a situationship? I don't get it. I'm very confused. Pardon me, let me just fiddle with the setting right here. There we go. in the time frame of beginning a situationship, we only met up in person once a month and messaged each other every couple of days. They wanted to meet up again. I was considering how much I liked them. I was wondering if I wanted to go steady. By the time Axe happens, we had 3 dates. I decided to call off the intimate night together, and I also became cringe and immature because I didn't want Lily to hate me. Another female friend literally visits Tora's house with intentions of dating afterwards. It was a very tough situation because the new female friend really wanted to date Tora, but by then Tora had decided to shut them down. It was another very stressful weekend with pain and sadness. Tora's GF was very distraught about Tora going out and spending an entire weekend with a girl he didn't know. Right after that one weekend, Tora and GF had a very serious discussion about why is he talking to himself in the third person. Beforehand, all we did were get-togethers where we hung out. We didn't talk about becoming exclusive until that point. I'm sorry if you hear vague mechanical sounds in the background. I'm currently using a hand gripper to exercise while I'm talking. I know I'm rambling and repeating myself a lot. I genuinely don't want to lose you as a friend. Dude, it's tearing me up. You're tearing me apart, Liza! You're tearing me apart! It's tearing me up at this moment of the thought of it, but yeah, in the end, the first situation was 100% my fault. I was so stupid. I am so sorry about it. I should never ever done it in the first place. I did it, and it is in the past. I can't atone for it. I can't apologize enough for how idiotic I was about that. I hope you can forgive me. And the second situation is a lack of clarification on my part and the set of events that was happening. It is luckily all good that my partner understands what happened. I'm sorry we didn't discuss this earlier. It is luckily all good that my partner understands what happened. My mate, my guy, my mate, my guy. And, like, I'm curious. I know there is another, I think is it Mikuri Kura or something? Let me just look at my notes. But, Twitter thread, my experience with Tora Kura. I think this is it. I'm not showing this on screen, by the way. I'm just checking my timeline with Torakura. So I'm curious, is Mizuki Nemu the person who is dating? Is this the person that he is talking about in these Discord screenshots, or is it somebody else? If somebody knows and is able to tell me, like in the comments after I'm done reading the section, that would be really clarifying information for me. I am happy to fill in any gaps and discuss anything else you have in mind. I want to work through this, Lily. I'm not saying this for future sexual gratification or so I can be the better one that wins the argument in the situation. I take responsibility for my mistakes and I wish to make it better. I effed up. I'm so sorry. I really, genuinely, wholeheartedly, genuinely, without a doubt, love you as my friend. I don't want to lose a dear friend, someone I can talk about with anything, someone I can have fun with and even discuss personal matters with, someone I have had so many amazing memories with, someone I care about. Once again, I'm sorry for everything. I'll be in bed watching videos. I'm like, oh, OMG. So this is 10:05. I'm just looking at the timestamp. So we sent this 10:05 and then 10:43. So 45 minutes, or almost exactly 40 minutes later, he says, OMG, I'm so sorry you had to deal with other stuff today as well. You can go ahead and deal with that first and relax a bit. We can talk anytime. Let me just read up in chat. In Koinuko, not a relationship where it's kind of just friends with benefits but 10x more awkward. FWB is usually agreed upon. A situationship just happens. A relationship created purely by circumstance. I don't know, Zoomeries and nonsense. Best friend, yet he treats her like he wants a sex friend. He should have apologized. He wrote a novel instead. Dudes at the Earth's core. Hello. Faceless waifu, why are you calling me dad? Should be. It is. Okay, thank you, Danny Darkcat. I appreciate that. It is. Also, some with gender issue. Yeah, I know that. I've never seen so many words. Green Kid Bash, have you seen some of the things that I post on the forum? This guy is honestly really not... I would probably write 3 times as much, minimum. He's trying to hate it again. I know, it's absurd. I just don't understand this. Okay. Where was I? Oh, yeah, this is her response now. I don't believe you for a second. I don't either. Unfortunately, saying it was wrong. If you knew you shouldn't have done that, why the F didn't you apologize anyways? Even if you had no intention of furthering that in the moment, I had no idea what you were going to do. All I was experiencing was shock and fear. You were on top of me. How was I supposed to think properly? Again, there's nothing stupid said in this sentence, in these sentences. Also, do not try and sit here and downplay it to me by saying it was playful. Friends do not get on top of each other like that and kiss each other on the cheek. Friends that assault each other. Do not sit there and try to make yourself feel better for doing so. I'll allow this disrespect and let you walk all over me. I shouldn't have let it go the first time anyways. The fact the majority of messages are addressing the timeline of the dating situation also shows me enough. I doubt you weren't even sorry. If you were, you would have mentioned it in the first confrontation. To me, it seems like you're not sorry what happened, but you're sorry you got caught. Lily, I'm sorry it came off that way. Sorry it came off that way. It's not an apology either. You know what? This is a really funny, I'll say, regardless of what Lily's motives or what the truth is, this is hilarious, honestly. This is pretty much exactly what she should say to an idiot like this. This is I props to her for being this much of a take no shit with him, because this is really pathetic, and I would expect every woman to respond this way to a guy that said this to them. What? I'm sorry about it. I just wanted to clarify there was no cheating in my relationship with my partner. Dude, why the fuck would she care? Why do you think she would care? And yes, the playful part doesn't matter in the end. You were uncomfortable about it. I shouldn't have done it in the first place. I know that. I just want to say this guy comes off as very autistic, and autistic in the Spanner kind of way. Because this is what Spanner used to do an awful lot. I don't know how many people of you, how many are familiar with Spanner in this conversation right now, but Spanner is the guy who harassed and sent the cum tablet to Charlotte Van Helen. And he would do this exact same thing, except he was even more emotionally unstable. He had literally not even left his house in years. He was that broken. But he would do this thing where whenever he was called out on something, he would play the autistic magic card. And the autistic magic card is when an autistic person knows they've done something wrong, but they have this idea in their head that if they just explain stuff enough, then the other person, that if they say things in the right way, if they string together the right words in the right order, it will make the other person understand their sincerity, which they probably are sincere in that moment. It's just they don't have object permanence. So they think that if they say the right thing, then the other person will forgive them and things will go back to the way they were. Because in their heads, because remember, autistic people do not like change. I hate change. Change hate. Change hate. Thank you very much, Thrang, for posting that in chat, by the way. Change hate. And so when an autistic person is confronted like this, because again, I can believe that he wants to keep her as a friend, because that's what an autistic person would want to do. An autistic person would be like, this situation is seriously threatening what I thought of as an established situation, so now I must do everything in my power to have the status quo remain. And there's no way these people are not autistic, because my goodness, everything about them screams autism from the top of the valleys and the mountains. One moment, I need to blow my nose again. But he is doing the autism thing where he is trying to use words as a magic spell to make everything go back to normal. And he thinks that if he just explains things enough, then things will go back to normal, when fortunately she has seen through that tactic. I'm sorry. Yeah, I already read that. But then I was incredibly stupid and immature, and when it came to making sure all parties involved were aware and consenting of what's happening, that's why I stopped doing NSFW stuff and closed the cringe Nene Babies drama channel. Drama channel in my Discord. I learned from my mistakes and want to improve upon them. I'm sorry this took so long for us to talk about this. It should have been so much earlier. I can't apologize for enough. Again, this is a terrible thing. I'm sorry this took so long for us to talk about this. Dude, you're not talking about it. She's giving you an ultimatum that she came to on her own. You closed cringe Nene Babies because someone complained. If nobody did, I bet it'd still be open. Also, it hasn't even been a year. What's with the back then bullshit? Back in the middle of 2033, yeah, unironically, that's when I changed from flirting wowie all the time, possibly being polygamous. Polygamy is cringe. Lily, are you okay? To now, Lily, are you okay to talk right now? We can, if you, as in words cringe, nay, nay, babies was just spoken in a serious conversation. I'm so done. Oh dear. Oh, I'm so sorry, Thrang. I have been beeped. Why am I being beeped? Also, yeah, I got the beep. Thank you. I'm not going to repeat what was said to me in a DM because it obviously was said. It was said in private, but yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Sadly, I agree with what you're saying. Are we not talking right now? As in VC, you can record it if you want to or whatever. The last thing I want to do is get in a voice call with you right now. Okay, I'm sorry. Will you ever forgive me? I don't know how I can make it up to you. I am so sorry that this has been eating you for so long. I will put it at the back of my mind too and continue talking to you normally for the past several months, after which I didn't know. But yet you didn't bring it up the first time, never brought it up when you could have, even after all this time. Even now, you're refusing to even say what you did, just beating around the bush. It's not just a horrible situation or an uncomfortable one. It was effing assault. You brought it up for us already when we talked about it in mid-July. So you said I got on top of you, and I'm literally saying right now as well that it was literally a horrible thing to do. I'm not beating around the bush. It was spat. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, Cringe Babies was a channel. It was basically about the cancellations. Ah. Side tangent, Proctor. The VTuber manager stuff is getting more spicy. That'll be quite interesting. I mean, manager hate. I'm bad. I suck. I did that to you without making sure you were okay with it. I did intimate stuff to you without consent. I literally cannot be more specific that I did something bad. I don't know what else I can do to admit my actions were wrong. Oh, this guy is so cringe. This is so cringe. I was naive. I didn't realize the severity of it until someone pointed it out to me and told me. I repressed it. And I especially didn't want to think that somebody had hurt me, even though they would decide to take advantage of my vulnerability and trust for them to do something like that. It wasn't until somebody told me exactly what happened to me that I finally get to unpack and realize the problem and the truth. Yes, that is very severe. 3 ellipses. I understand, and you also understand it. I can't change the past. I can promise that I regret it deeply. I can promise that I would never do it again. I can only depend on your trust. Dude, your trust is already broken. Stop. I'm not downplaying what this has caused a lot of stress and bad thoughts. I wish I never did, or that I at least discussed it earlier. I just hope you trust that I'm better and would never... this man is the most optimistic man in the entire universe. This is the most optimistic man in the entire universe. At the very least, I hope I gave you closure on this and I wanted to hurt you. I'm deeply sorry that my actions have hurt you. I wasn't using you to cheat on my partner. Whatever happened to me, it was just us. I hope the 2.5 years of us knowing each other is enough proof that I don't mean harm to you. If I ever did, it was a mistake that I made, and I will own up to it. I want to make more happy memories together, talk more together, play more together, and grow more together. I will never, ever, 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 ever do anything to hurt you intentionally. I understand if you want to respond tomorrow. I'm just looking at the timestamps for a second, like 10. So this is more or less a continuous conversation. That he keeps talking to her again. Like this was 11:19, so he waits 12 minutes and then goes, "Hey baby, can we talk some? Can we please talk some more?" And then he keeps going. I appreciate you telling me your feelings about this, Lily. You respected me enough to give me your thoughts on the matter and discuss it like adults. I really, really appreciate it. Whatever you do, I hope we can at least be on amicable terms and at least start over. I also will, of course, keep this between us only. I hope you can do the same. Take care of yourself and stay healthy. I know you had a long and stressful day. Try and eat and sleep well. The concert will be pretty long like last time. I'll be here to talk more whenever you're ready. If there's anything else you need, let me know. Enjoy the concert. I can't sleep and I can't stop thinking about it. I'm sorry, Lily, at the very least. You take as much time as you need to. So she stops talking to him and then he just keeps going. He keeps going and going and going. We can talk tomorrow, next week, or next month, whatever. I'm hoping that we can have a positive outcome for this. I hope you feel the same way too, and I appreciate you respecting me enough to talk to me like an adult privately instead of impulsively making a tweet longer or something. Just please let me know what you wish to do. So he's just said the quiet part out loud. He's just said the quiet part out loud. He knows. He knows that he has done something that she can ruin his existence over. And, like... Again, I keep repeating this because I don't want to be taken out of context. I don't believe her story 100%, but at the same time, like, she has every right to make this public, because this is absurd. This guy has a girlfriend. Yeah, this is just so digging. This conversation has gone on too long. I'd have turned a deaf ear to his pleading out for the second repetition. I mean, in fairness, like, she's publishing this, so there's a very good reason to, if she had intended to make this public, there's very good reason to give him to make, because he is literally spinning rope to hang himself with. This man has Asperger's, like, unironically. I talk like this at times when albeit without the whole sexual assault sex best part. Just block the guy I can't with this cringe. Like, I do actually disagree with the idea she should just block him because... he's sorry because he got caught. Yeah, like, the moment... Again, I can see this from multiple angles, and, like, my perspective, I can see things from her perspective. I can imagine that she went into this not wanting necessarily to be like, hey, she wanted to sort this out, but upon realizing he had no interest in even really admitting, because he's skirting around the topic, he doesn't say, oh, I sexually assaulted with you or anything like that. We were friends and I didn't know about the GF for a year. I say that... Again, the moment he started deflecting, denying, and going like, I desperately want to be friends with you, I disagree with the idea that she should have blocked him. I think at that point, he is braiding rope for... This, like Napoleon Bonaparte said, it is very rude to interrupt an enemy when he is making a mistake. This guy is making the mistake that he will regret for the rest of his life, and it would be impolite to interrupt him, because... he is braiding a noose for his own neck, and I think it's only polite that she let him braid that noose and make it as detailed and as intricate and as soft and comfy for his neck as possible. Hello, Stray Wolf. Nice to see you. Feel free to read the message in full, but the fact he brings up how he was glad I didn't impulsively make a twit longer is a weird ad. I agree. Asking it not to be shared is also a weird ad. Tora also did not keep it between us. I have confirmed proof of him going to other people who were also close to me, telling them it was also a misunderstanding. Assault is not a misunderstanding. Saying you are sorry you came off that way is not an apology. He couldn't even admit he assaulted me. He didn't say assault once in his messages. I wasn't going to share my story. I really wasn't. But it wasn't until he went around to my friends for damage control. This is a very Spanner thing to do. Again, the Spanner did the exact same thing, because the moment that Charlotte said she was going to do something about him, he started pity partying with every single Discord and every person's DMs possible. He wasn't sorry. He hasn't changed. He doesn't care that he hurt me. He cares that he got caught and the future that it could have on his career. So I need to drink. He was willing to throw away all the memories and take advantage of me and my trust. I cannot even begin to formulate how hurt I am by that realization. Well, guess what? I won't be disrespected. I will not sit here and let you silence me. I will not let you go around telling my friends that assault was a misunderstanding. I will no longer be manipulated by you. I will not let you get away with backhanded apologies and crocodile tears. I will no longer defend and turn a blind eye to your horrible habits and words you say about others. No more. I am done. I know this may come as a shock because to many we were really good friends, best friends even. We had great chemistry on streams and we seemed inseparable. I know both of our communities like to watch us interact. I am sorry that I let you all down. I am sorry if this is disheartening to hear, but it's the truth. I am far from a good person either. This is not a good thing to say because you're basically preemptively deflecting any I'll get back to this because we're not too... Yeah, this is very... I'll get back to my commentary on the whole thing later. However, what happened to me, I believe, could have happened to any naive friend who wanted to see the good in a friend who was there for you. I found courage to share this because I know I'm not the only femme person he interacts with, and I do not want you to be blinded by numbers and sweet talk. Please keep yourself safe. Pardon me. I also hope this doesn't start another male VTuber moment. Yes, there are bad male VTubers like there are bad apples in any community. There are plenty of good male VTubers too. I'm a good male VTuber. A male VTuber saved me, in my own words, from a bad situation, and multiple male VTuber friends of mine have rallied and supported me behind the scenes before I even made this document. I could not have done this without them or any of my friends coming out and supporting me. For so long, I believed I was crazy and overreacting, and I felt so emotional and seen when they validated me. I will come back to streaming when I can cope with this mess better. I am strong and brave. I am strong and brave, and I will keep moving forward. Thank you for your time. TLDR, nothing even really happened. They had a bad interaction to Con. I mean... I love it when autism backfires. Yeah. I mean, by itself, this would be kind of a nothing burger. Again, I think her sensible reaction should have been just to cut all ties with this idiot and never talk to him again in any capacity. But the way that he responds tells me that he is a very autistic and emotionally immature person who basically just did the worst possible thing at the worst possible moment and probably had it in his head that this was like, oh, this is a really sweet ooh-woo kind of moment in his head, and then realized as he did it, oh shit. Like, I can believe that was a possibility. I don't necessarily think he was going to do something serious with her, especially not if she fought him back or anything. It doesn't strike me as that, because again, his friend was right in the next room. I think that this was a guy who got way too Coomer brain in a moment. But I mean, the way that he handled it, the way afterwards he just went silent and never talked about it again to her, it's the absolute worst possible way to handle this. The absolute worst possible way. And the way that he talks, I'm sorry, I have no mercy for this guy. If she hasn't literally made these screenshots up out of whole cloth, then the look, you could take out the whole rest of this document. You could take out all of her justifications, all of her commentary, all of her context. Like, just the basic Discord screenshots alone are enough to 100% condemn him in my eyes as somebody who should never, when real life does not match the erotica you read, he sounds like an ally. Yeah, I'm getting very big male feminist energies from this guy. Really, really big ones. But a further comment, he actually only told me he had a girlfriend when we confirmed we were supposed to hang out in person. Oh, hello, honey. Hello, honey bun. Nice to see you. So he actually only told me he had a girlfriend when we confirmed that we... Because again, this, my psychological profile of this guy is somebody who... I'm going to go back to just chatting now. Sorry, I forgot that I copied it from here. Delete, please. My psychological profile of this guy is a very desperate weeb style person who is a serious zoomer, who has no real relationship experience, who is very much winging it along and has no maturity. And he did something in a moment which was the worst and most stupid thing that he could do. But I will say he could have come back from it. Like, he could have apologized. He could have voluntarily gone, I have done a terrible thing. I know that it's not right. I have to stay away from you for the sake, maybe he possibly could even say, I still hope that we are friends again one day, but then be gone, because I did this thing, I'm going to leave, and I'm not going to come back until you say that I can. The story takes on a very different turn once you factor in that this guy does the same thing to every woman he meets. It's not just an autist who is trying to woo the girl of his dreams. Luminous, I'm not aware of the other people who say that he's done this to them. I know a couple of people have alleged it, but if you're saying this is like a massive pattern that he does this to every person, because I'm going to get on to the other documents and so on that have been released about him. We've got the one from his partner. We have the one from his partner. An autist with no riz. I mean, he has been in relationships. Like, he says that these people, they were good friends, and it took... He has enough riz, put it that way, to be friends with this woman, with Lily, for long enough, for 2 years after the event, until other people brought up that he really shouldn't be. Seems to lack proper self-awareness and self-control. Honestly, I 100% agree. He absolutely does not have any self-awareness. I need another drink. Honestly, I kind of need something harder. I was friends with him, but yeah, he was very misleading with how he speaks, for real. I can believe that. I can believe that he's a manipulator. I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt in that regard. But it's like, in the absence of facts, I prefer not to, well, there are decent facts, but, you know, there's a lot of stuff that's still up in the air. But, Kotoku, if you'd like to join the call, then I'm more than welcome. I'm more than happy to have you on, because you said you had some experiences with this guy too, which, if you wanted to add to that, you're more than welcome to. All you need to do is, why are people posting stuff like that in the... Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? Sorry, I'm looking back to the Discord for a second and laughing at some of the stuff that do. Oh, I love my Discord. I love the insane and idiotic people in the Discord. So, yeah, let me just actually... I apologize. Technical issues for 1 second. Koinu. There we go. That has been set. Allow me to just open a couple of things in the background. In the meantime, we'll just wait for a second. Stop looking at Discord and what we're doing to Hexa. To be fair, he throws his chat. More women are falling for this guy. Man, what is wrong with me? This idiot has more game than me. Would him admitting to it actually make it better, though? Like, she could just as easily have posted SC of that and said, look, here's a confession. I mean, the thing is that you can't really... His reputation would be ruined to begin with. Okay, I will let her in 1 second. Change your name to Redo of Proctor for no particular reason. I am not going to do that. I am not going to do that. Okay. Now, prepare for everybody's ears to get blasted out because I won't have the audio set up. I love audio balancing. Hexa looks good. Let me see. Volume 100%. And I believe you're in. Yes, it actually works. Wonderful. And it even has the PNG. Lovely. Let me just resize that a little bit. You're pushing me out of my chair. That's awkward. Yeah, Koi, you'll have to unmute yourself before you can talk, by the way.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure the thing was fine. At first I was like, where the hell am I? You put me in like a secret chat. Oh, it's so secret, so scary.
it's just the hidden one that I have that to go live with. Now, don't worry, I'm not grooming the fluffy girls. Yes, this is definitely the kind of stream where I make the moves on somebody. Hey girl, you want to go out with me now that we've spent like 3 hours talking about this? Yeah, my Riz is reading about the terrible failures of other men on stream, and then I make the moves. Works every time.
See, so now you can see. Now you know what not to do. Now you know what not to do. It's
It
like
is-
class.
It is definitely educational. But you said that you had some experiences with this guy as well. Woman on stream.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta tell my boys get over here now. They're gonna be so mad because I only told my subs because I was like in pure shock when I found out that it was actually this guy. Also, so again, I'm getting fucking sick. But I mean, damn, should I like start all the way from like? Cause we only talked for I think like less than a month, and all of those like screenshots that I showed was all in the span of like less than a month because it was just so fucking crazy.
Oh, so when were the screenshots again? You might have included the timestamps, but in context of all the other stuff, like when did he message you those things? Actually, scroll up and look at them.
Yeah, I can go. So this was around Anime Expo because we only started talking because I was gonna do like a VTuber meetup at Anime Expo. So I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna go, get in contact with some of my like VTuber mutuals, and I'm gonna see who wants to go meet up at Anime Expo because I love meeting up with people. I love meeting new friends and shit like that. So I was like DMing everybody in my list. And I found Tora because me and Tora were mutual. So I was like, okay, he's just a VTuber. I'm going to invite him to the server. This wasn't like a little private, like, VTuber orgy meetup thing. This was like a big public meetup in a public area in the public Anime Expo. So this was around, here, I can actually get it for you right now because I still have it in my, let me see. We first started talking... That was June 13th, 2023. So last year, like a month before Anime Expo.
Okay.
So, yeah, it started out like really normal. It was just like, oh shit, he's in so much trouble. He tried to sell it without the artist supervision. Oh, he's in trouble.
Oh dear. It's just, you could write up a PowerPoint presentation on how not to deal with accusations, and this guy would be a perfect subject matter.
But yeah, so, like, the DMs started off like, they started off like really normal. And we were just like he was like, hey, can you give me the Discord link for the meetup server? I was like, yeah, sure. So here's a Discord link. And then we were talking. We said a few more messages. I was just like, oh, yeah, I haven't decided on the day or the time. There's panels, blah, 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 blah. So I sent him the server, and I was like, oh, my God, off topic. But at the time, I had a mod that actually really, really liked him. So I told my mod, I was like, oh my god, you will never guess who's in my DMs. Look what I have. And I took like a screenshot of our DMs and I sent it to her. And then she was like, oh my god, I'm freaking out. Tell him I said hi. So I sent them back to him, right? He sends me a ASMR video of him going like, he's like, in like this deep, sexy voice, like, you're so adorable. Good night, princess. And I was like, no freaking way. It was so crazy. It was so bad. I was like, oh my god, there's no fucking way. But obviously, I don't want to be a fucking asshole and be like, your ASMR sounds like shit. So, I'm like, oh my god, yeah, oh my god, this is so crazy. Oh, we're freaking out right now. So, the conversation continues on going. And mind you, right after I'm gonna read these word for word. We are listening to it live. I had to call them. He says, for some people, this is like critical damage, referencing the ASMR video, referencing that he sent it to multiple people. This isn't the first time he sent.
I just feel like before you continue, I'm just going to change the scene a second because I want people to understand that this is what he looks like.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god!
This is the this is the man sending multiple VTubers the sexy ASMR. Again, this is public. This is public on his on his Twitter. I'm not doxing or anything. He willingly posted this on his own VTuber account.
Jesus Christ. Listen. Don't remind me. I'm trying to remember because he sent me a picture, but I guess he deleted it. I don't know if he deleted it as of recently, but I remember it being in our DMs for a while. And it was a picture of him, like, shirtless or something like that. And he was like, yeah, this is what I look like. I mean, I was like, oh my god, okay. Interesting.
Interesting.
I just feel because he's not ugly. Like, he's not an ugly guy. Like, holy fuck, that dude's fucking idiot. He's not an ugly guy, but it's just like, this is funny. Like, I can't help but, like, snicker a little bit, you know?
Yeah,
But... Okay, let me see. Okay. So yeah, he says for some people this is like critical damage, referencing the ASMR, also referencing that he sends ASMR to like all his bitches or whatever. And you know, I'm over here entertaining him. I'm like, oh my god, we're fangirling, you're gonna need an escort. He says, and quote, mind you, we started talking June 13th at 9:05 p.m. This message comes in at 11:29. So that's only, what, 9, 10, 11, 2 hours. He says, LOL, what, you down to smash? I mean, I am too, LOL, but only if you actually are. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, ain't no fucking way. I literally was like, dude, there's no fucking way. We just started talking like 2 hours ago, and this guy's like, mind you, we have not DM'd on Twitter. We have not DM'd on anything. We have not collabed on anything. This was like a first time, like, full-blown conversation with this dude. We had just been mutuals, and I was really sitting there, and I was like, oh my god. It's really fucking crazy. But he, like, sends, like, laughing emojis. He's like, but anyways, trying to, like, pretend like he wasn't, like, saying that, like, hey, like, he was trying to, like, just wiggle his way in to see if he could get, like, an actual serious response from me. But I wasn't giving it to him. So I, like, joked around, and I was like, oh, I don't have a Nintendo Switch, you know, because he said Smash. I was like, I don't have a Switch. And then he was like, we can fuck if you wanna. And I was like, okay, this is a little bit weird. Okay. I tried to, you know, deter it a little bit. I tried to, like, go off the tracks. I tried to just, like, you know, figure something out. And I was like, LOL, go to sleep, help, go to sleep. And he was like, lam out. And I was like, go to sleep now. And then he says, okay, how about this? Can you record yourself telling me goodnight as a present? Only if you wanna. And I'm like, oh my fucking god. I don't want to be in this conversation anymore. I don't want to do this. If you want to get, like, the screenshots from the server, I'll resend them because I have them all saved.
I've got at least 3 of them up. I was literally just going to ask you if I could put them on stream so that people know that they're actually
the
real.
context. Yes, it was like, these don't sound real, but they're so real, and it's so bad. Mind you, at the time, because I hadn't had my birthday yet, so I was still 18. And he knew I was 18. I was very open about that. So he's probably, I think he said, oh, I'm trying to remember how. He said he's 25. He's 25. I remember. I vividly know. He said he's 25. And he had no problem with that. And then I also remember mentioning, like, because I was going with, like, 2 of my other friends. So no, don't pull it up. No, I can see it on stream. Oh my god, I kill myself. Oh, it's so bad. But I literally was like, oh yeah, my 2 other friends are coming, and, like, we're gonna go, like, drink and stuff. And he was like, oh, if you guys, like, want me to buy you guys some drinks, I could, like, get you guys some drinks and stuff. And it was so bad. I was like, oh my god. But anyways, so he asked me to record me telling him goodnight, and I was like, fuck no. So obviously I didn't want to say, like, no, I can't, blah blah blah. So I just pretended to, like, leave, and I left him alone for, like, a couple of hours, and I DM'd him like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I didn't see this, I fell asleep, blah blah blah. So some time passed. We had, like, normal conversations, like me just popping in and going, like, hi, hope you're okay. Hi, how are you doing? You know, just, like, stuff like that. So he wins the next suspicious message.
I'm sure you won't have to try hard to find
yeah,
one.
I'm trying to see. Okay, here it goes. Okay, so next suspicious message takes place on June 18th. So 5 days after we like first start talking. So I think I don't remember exactly what happened, but I think something happened with like him and some fans because it says I am good at keeping my distance away from parasocial fans. So I don't know exactly what the context was, but I think that's really ironic coming to the situation today. But anyways, so we start talking about AX, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so excited, I don't know what to do, I still have to cosplay. And he was like, I forgot, have you posted a selfie before so I can identify who you are? If you want, I can send you a selfie too, but I won't be in cosplay. And I was like, oh no, it's whatever, you can do it. I mean, I don't have any selfies up, but I think we can just spot each other at the con. So he invites me to his Discord server. He's like, oh, if you want to join, I can give you like the special role, blah blah blah.
The
and I'm
special
like, oh,
role, the sexy
yeah,
role.
He has like a special role or whatever. He's like, I can give you the special role. And I was like, oh, LOL. And then he was like, oh, for Anime Expo, I'm trying to look fashionable. Like, what do you think I should wear? So, I obviously don't, like, I try to give people chances and chances and chances. And, I kind of expected it from, like, a VTuber like him. Like, male VTubers whose main aspect is, like, their big fat titties being out and, like, them doing, like Fujo bait. I always expect him to act like that. So I always like try to just give him like the benefit of the doubt. And I was like, okay, maybe if I just like talk to this guy like a normal human being, maybe he'll just like change. So I like was joking around with him and I was like, oh, LOL for Anime Expo, we're gonna put you in the maid costume and you're gonna have to walk around. And he said, I'll only do it if we get to fuck afterwards. I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. It was an innocent message. I was just joking around. I did not think that dude was gonna fucking say that. So I'm just sitting there and I'm like, okay. I was really flabbergasted. So then I didn't respond for a while because our next messages don't take place until like 2:24 because I really did not know what the fuck to say. And he was like, tee-hee, half joking. He used like this like zoomer symbol where we do like slash SRS or like slash HJ, which means like JK or serious and like stuff like that. But he was basically saying I'm only half joking about that. And so the reason why like I'm not super like angry at him is because he did say if you want me to be chill, I can do that. Like he was like, can I like do you want me to chill with the unsay so messages? And at the time, I didn't really care because they weren't really like too far. Like it wasn't like I don't know. Like I said earlier, I really like to try to give people chances.
It was
like,
an acceptable level of sexual harassment to be in the entertainment industry.
Yeah, it was an acceptable level of sexual harassment. Like I talk to my fucking friends like that. Like I talk to Hexa and I'd say I'm gonna get her pregnant, I'm gonna rape her and shit like that. So it's like it was like okay. Maybe he'll calm down. Maybe he'll calm down. Maybe if I just, completely like reject his advances, maybe he'll just like eventually be like, okay, maybe I need to shut the fuck up. Unfortunately, that did not happen, as you can see.
No.
But I told him, I was like, oh, it's whatever. I've heard much worse from my fans, blah, 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 blah. Just trying to joke around. So then we start talking about, like, I was asking, like, oh, are you flying in, blah, blah, blah. And we just started talking about, like, our flights and shit. So, going further down... Oh, that's his real name. That's so dark. So I'm gonna keep going. We exchanged names just for the sake of, like, safety purposes. And then we talked about games. We talked about collabs. We talked about Roblox. Oh, yeah, and I told him I was 18.
It's always Roblox.
And I was like, about Roblox. And he was like, he's 25. And then he says, okay, he says this, by the way. This was before. This was, what the fuck was that? Was that a horse? Was that you?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that I had to cough for a second because I've been streaming for a bit too long. I forgot that I had to mute myself on Discord as well.
Sounded like a horse, like a little horse whinny. Like a whine, I don't know what those are called. But anyways, enough of your horse noises. So this was before I told him that, like, I drink. He says, yeah, I'm a boomer. I'm 25. Oof. And damn, that means we can't drink together. In public, at least. This was before I told him that I drink. I'm gonna say that once again. So this guy had, like, every intention of, like, getting me, like, alcohol. Like, that was also really weird to me. I don't know. Like, that's not the first thing you say to somebody that, like, oh, you're 18? Well, I can't wait to, drink with you in private, and rubs hands together mischievously. Like, it was
Yeah,
just,
that
it was
is
really weird.
that is very, very disturbing. Because as a filthy Euro trash, like, over here you can drink at 18, whereas I always have to remember that Americans can't until they're 21.
Yeah, it was just so bad. Okay, and then we talked for a little while after. We were just talking about, he was like, what are you doing? Talking about he was house sitting, blah, 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 blah. And then, I was, like, talking about the Hollow Live tickets because this is when the Hollow Live concert came up. So I was like, oh my god, I really want Hollow Live tickets, blah, blah, blah. And then nothing after that. And then we started talking about, like, what we would do, like, once we got to Cali, because we were both getting there a day early. So we were like, oh, maybe we should hang out.
Oh dear.
So I messaged him, and I was talking about the movies. I was like, oh, have you seen, like, the Spider-Verse movie? Like, maybe we should go see the movie together, blah, 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 blah. And we're talking about, like, oh, like, okay, have you been around LA before, blah, 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 blah. And then he says, I just remember a lot of Asian people because it was Asian town. Maybe we can go there. And then he says, are we gonna smash XD, LOL. And that's it. We were just normally talking about, like, oh, maybe we should go watch a movie. We should go eat lunch. And I'm over here like, oh my god, I finally get to, like, hang out with somebody. I haven't been outside of my house in, like, fucking months. And he's over here like, are we gonna smash?
Yeah.
And he didn't even say, like, XD, like the two letters XD. He spells it out. So he spells, like, EKSSDEE. And I was really sitting there, I was like, oh my fucking god.
He's just hitting you with the, Madame, would you like to engage in coitus with me?
It was so bad. I literally was like, oh my god. So, me, once again, because I don't want to just tell this guy straight up. Like, it isn't even because I'm like, I hate that I kind of fall into that, like, oh, women never tell them to stop thing. But it's just because I really try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I always try to, like, hope that somebody will just, like, understand that what they're doing is not okay and just eventually stop. But he didn't. So I text him and I'm like, Tora, stop asking me to smash. I could be a 40-year-old white guy who likes preying on people. Like, I try to, like, joke around with him and, like, tell him, like, hey, like, maybe you could stop. And then he asks me if I'm, like, a biological female. I was like, what the fuck? That dude literally just asked me if I'm transgender. It literally threw me completely out of the park.
Oh
I was like, no
goodness.
fucking way this guy just asked me if I'm transgender. Because he said it in such, like, an awkward way. I was just like, I said, okay, if I was a creepy, like, 40-year-old man, would you want to smash it? And he was like, no, but I have a question first, just in case. Are you
Just in
transgender?
case.
And I was like, what? What?
This man actually manages to surpass Spanner in the lack of ability to communicate with fellow human beings.
Like, I was really like, oh my god. So, we talk, because I'm just trying to, like, okay, change the direction. And then, let me see, what did he say now? Oh, okay, so, next one. This takes place on June 23rd. So, I was talking about my cosplay because I was trying to tell him, like, okay, when we meet up, I'm going to be wearing this cosplay. So at the time, I was cosplaying my Vtuber character, Karu. And my character, Karu, didn't wear pants. She just had, like, panties. That was it. So I was, like, texting him, and I was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to be dressing up as my character. I'm a little bit nervous because my whole ass is going to be out. And then he said, damn, we going to see some pussy lips when I see you? Okay, I'm excited.
What? Oh, I just I just don't even have words. Like I want to
Hold
laugh,
on.
but it's
I'll
just.
get you that one.
Oh,
I'll put it
oh, no.
right there.
Can
It
I
cuts off because
can I
yeah,
show
you
this
can
on
show that one. That's why I put it. I cut
Okay.
it off because I say something afterwards. It's a little bit of a dox, and then he says I'm excited. So there it goes for context. For context, fuck, dude. I wish I wasn't so sick. I want to yell so bad. I'm so fucking sick.
Yeah, I really hope you get better soon. I really appreciate you coming on and like doing this despite being sick. I know how nasty it is to stream while ill.
So bad. I literally was sitting there. I was like, "Oh my fucking god!" Like, why couldn't he just say something normal? Like, "Oh, I hope I'm sure you'll be fine." Or he could have said something just like a little bit, like, "Oh, I'm so excited to see." Why was it so necessary to say what he said? Like, that was like, I don't think that dude has like a conscience that just says like, "Hey, shut the fuck up." I don't think he has one of those.
Well, I mean, we've just been
really and
reading
truly-
him just digging himself into the ground with an industrial excavator.
It's really so bad. So bad. Alright, so after that, what do we have? Okay. I'm just okay. No, it gets worse. Okay. And I
It
was
gets worse, and then it got
I was
worse.
like, keyboard spam, help me. Probably, I just hope that it doesn't, I'm trying to get a new pair. And he was like, even then, it might slip out at any moment. You don't want your labia sticking out randomly unless you're into that. And then he says, Puffy. Oh my god, no, I can't. he says, and quote, puffy thick pussy lips. Okay, I can find you in the crowd that way. I'll get it. I'll get it.
This man watches a frankly terrifying amount of porn for the sounds of it.
I'll get it. Oh my god. But anyways, so we keep going. Wait, okay, no wait, it keeps going. Okay, so I'm joking around. I'm like, oh yeah, my big fat balls are gonna fall. Cause I always joke about like having a penis and having big fat balls. So I was like, oh yeah, my big fat balls are gonna be poking out. And he was like, also, pics of you sitting down with them on when? Oh my god! This is so fucking bad. So bad. And he called me honey during this like entire time too. Like he was like, honey, you're gonna have a big wedgie. Honey, don't be careful. Like ew! Ew!
This is just amazing.
Okay. And this is where the screenshot comes in. I don't know if you've got this one. I know I sent it. But this takes place 3 days later. He texts me out of nowhere at 4 in the morning. It's 3:29 a.m. He says, would you like to have sex, take photos, and come to my hotel room? LOL. 3:29 in the morning.
3:29.
3:29 in the morning, June 26th, 2023.
Someone in chat said he wants to make his hentai fantasies real.
I genuinely think he did. Like this was like some really freaky. It was just so weird because he was so adamant about it, and it was so creepy. Okay, let me see. So after he did that whole like, I mean, at least he was like direct about it. I guess you could give him points to a degree. He asked, and it was consensual. You guys got to give him a couple of points, just a couple.
Yeah, but it seems like he asks absolutely everyone, and he just asks until he scores. That's basically it.
Okay, and then we were talking about Hololive, and then the concert, and then the things, blah blah blah, and then we're talking about like the plans for the meetup. We were like, oh yeah, what are you gonna do? What time are we gonna be at the park? Like, what's your schedule? We talk about like meeting up at the con, blah 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 blah. More con stuff, more Hololive stuff. Okay. Oh, okay. Then he says, okay, and then I was talking about the underwear for the cosplay again because he brought it up. So I was like, oh yeah, no, I'll be fine. My fat balls won't peek out. And then he says, okay, thanks. Are we gonna make out? And then that was it. Like, just like out of nowhere.
Oh, I don't. This man is not real. This man is not real. This man is an AI program. I'm convinced at this point. Has anyone ever seen it? Well, I suppose that Lily has seen him in the flesh, but.
Oh no, I saw him. I saw him. He was. Oh, hold on, I gotta get my fucking inhaler. My goddamn.
Go ahead.
This is so much for me. Bringing up all my trauma. Oh my god, I'm gonna have like a PTSD trauma moment.
I wouldn't blame you necessarily. Oh, yeah, by the way, for those asking, this is just a screenshot. There isn't actually a link here or anything, but yeah, this is the screenshot of him sending the ASMR thing to her as well. 18+ dojins raised this man.
I mean, if you want, I can send it. I mean, it doesn't bother me. This is not my ASMR video, so.
How long is it?
It's like a couple of seconds.
Okay, you can send it, and I'm curious, chat. Do you want to hear this ASMR?
I'll get it.
I think this guy deserves to be humiliated. This is an affront to Christ. It's what's weird is the Christian symbolism on his outfit. Like he wears crosses and stuff. It's like, it just kind of makes it an extra thing for me as a Christian. Just like, why are you this degenerate?
Let me.
Yeah, apparently it's yes from everybody. Yes, but also no.
Some of them are saying no. Too damn bad. You're gonna listen to the Kumbe ASMR. You're gonna fucking like it. There, I sent it.
Where is it now? Okay, let's have a go. I wonder how loud this is. Hopefully it's not too loud.
I'm so glad to have met you tonight. You were just so adorable. Would you like to be my princess?
This is the we have Vox at home ASMR VTuber.
Oh my fucking god. Cheers. Imagine being me getting this, okay? Imagine being me getting this from this guy I just like started talking to like a couple hours ago. Imagine how I feel.
This was a few hours.
Yes.
Oh dear. As somebody says in chat, I'm gonna be honest with you, this isn't much worse than Vox ASMR, just his voice isn't as deep.
Bruh. I mean, real.
Does he also do the schlorp sounds? I sincerely hope not. Really? In front of my tuna salad sandwich?
Jesus. I'm telling you, just imagine me. If you guys don't like it, imagine how I felt, okay?
Just like that old meme of the stick figure at the computer with his head just like 3 miles above his body in Thank God she did not pay for it. People don't actually pay for this kind of stuff.
I don't remember if he has like a Patreon or anything like that, honestly.
Well, he certainly doesn't anymore. I think he's nuked practically everything.
Oh yeah. Let me
Oh,
see. Let me see. So
why does it keep getting worse?
So after that, mm, okay. So after he says, "Are we gonna make out?" I'm like saying like, "Oh yeah, my friends are gonna come. We're probably gonna like try to get alcohol or something." And he was like, "I mean, if your friends are comfy with coming over, I like kissing. I'm good with multiple people." And I was like,
Good with
okay.
Well, yes, I have had the sex in many positions, and she did indeed come at least one or two times.
At least one or two. At least one or two. Yeah.
Coin
I
you,
was like,
why are you black?
but then he says like, okay, I'm joking. If you only want like a hug, then I'm okay with that. And he sends like a cringe ass like emoji of like a blushing, and then it was like, it doesn't really save you, but whatever. So afterwards, we just were like talking about like alcohol and stuff, blah blah blah. He admits that he gets like fucked up. He drinks like a lot and does a lot of like other drugs and shit. And then this is where that other screenshot comes in at. And I was asking like I was like, "Oh, I wonder like what's the bag policy? I wonder like what like if they have like a cosplay policy at the concert or whatever."
Please don't
And I
tell
was
me
like,
he
"Oh,
asks if you can bring sex toys to the venue.
No sex toys. No sex toys." But this is where the screenshot comes in, where I was like, "Oh, thinking about maid dress Tora, heart emoji," and then he was like, "I better get some," and I was like, "Help, keyboard smash," and he said,
This one.
he was like, "Oh my god." he says, no condom raw sex if I do it. LMAO.
I can't. How are you even supposed to react to this? Like, words have legitimately failed me.
I don't know. Listen. I wasn't in as much shock as you guys are. Like, you can't tell through like the messages, but whenever I get like really nervous or really awkward, I always just like type in all caps because I don't really know what else to do. Like, I'm not the kind of person to just like type out like no or like be quiet or like stop it. Like, I don't really know what else to do, so I just like keep fucking keyboard smash all over the place because I don't know what else to say. So I'm just like, "Help, LOL, stop it, blah 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 blah," and then the conversation ends after he doesn't reply for a while, and then we eventually say goodnight. So today is the day of like the day before the con. So this is June 30th. So I was just texting and I was like, "Oh my god, like I'm so excited to like meet you. Are you gonna go to like this place or this place or this place?" And then the conversation ends like almost immediately because we both were like getting on our flights. So July 1st is the first day of the con. So I think the Hololive concert was the second, right? Yeah, Hololive concert was the second. Okay. So I was just talking to him, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm cosplaying Karai," and then this is where the convo breaks off because we ended up meeting up while I was in my Karai cosplay, and we walked around the con for a little bit. So, mind you, he was very nice. He was not a creeper at all. Like, he held my bags for me, like when people came and took pictures, and we kind of just walked around for a little bit.
He was
and
a
then,
nice guy.
Yeah, he was a nice guy. Like, he wasn't like trying to like be like, you trying to go like in the behind the anime booth or like, he wasn't doing anything like that. He was actually being very nice, very respectful. It wasn't awkward at all actually. Like, I was having a lot of fun. But then we ended up breaking off because I needed to go do something, or I think he needed to go do something. I don't remember. But we broke off, and then where does the conversation pick back up? Okay, we talked about like con. We were saying we were gonna go watch the movie, but then we didn't end up joining the movie because he said that his friends wanted to go see something. I'm trying to see where was day 2. Yeah, and then he went to like the concert or whatever. Okay, so here's day 2. So the day of the concert, we ended up hanging out before the concert because there was the pre-meetup at the park. If you I know you read the document, so you remember the park being mentioned.
Yes.
So me and Tora hung out before we went to the park together. So we hung out, just the two of us, because I didn't have anybody else to go with. Like, none of my friends and I went watch VTubers, nor did I really know like a lot of regular VTubers at the time. So I was just like, okay, well, Tora doesn't seem too creepy. And when we hung out the first time, he didn't seem like he was gonna like try anything creepy. So we're cool, we can hang out, it's whatever. So I was like, oh, we should go have like some hot pot or some boba or something. So he agrees, we go to hot pot. This dude, very nice, very respectful once again. He pays for the Uber to go to the hot pot. We conversate. It's cool. We're like talking about like VTubers and like just stuff like that. And he was just really nice. And we have hot pot. We get boba and then we Uber to the park. So in the document, at first I thought that I wasn't mentioned in the document at all, which I was very grateful about. But in the document, she specifically says he shows up to the park with another one of his friends. That's me.
Oh.
Because it was just me and him. It was just me and him when we arrived to the park.
So
now,
right. So let me pause here for a second to just get the context in. So at this point, Lily and him have kind of this weird informal kind of we might not agreement that they're going to have sex at this thing. And all the while that is going on, this is concurrent with all of his messages and stuff with you as well. So he's trying it on with you at the exact same time that he's going with Lily, and the exact same time he's supposedly like going on dates and going steady with this third person who he's talking about.
Yep, basically.
Oh,
And
my
mind you, I didn't know this at all. I didn't want to do anything with him. It wasn't because he was old, because he was like halfway like ugly. It was just because I respect myself. I'm not the kind of person just like fuck a random fucking guy and then call it a day. Especially because like I don't know what the fuck this dude got going on. He got like the heebie-jeebies or something. So I literally just wanted somebody to go to the fucking concert with. It was my first time in LA. I've never been to LA before, and I was really fucking terrified because I'm walking around fucking Los Angeles dressed up as Marine from Hollow Live with my ass cheeks hanging out. So I wanted to go with somebody. So we get to the park, and once again, he is being literally the nicest person ever. So I was wearing like heels, and I don't know how to walk in heels because I'm just like, I don't know how to fucking walk in heels. So it was especially bad because, you know, we were at the park, so it was like a lot of dirt, a lot of grass. So my heels were like pushing into the dirt, so I couldn't really walk properly. So I was like stumbling everywhere and almost fucking rolled down the hill. So he was being so nice. He was like, do you want me to hold your hand and help you down the hill? I can like hold your stuff. And I was like, oh my God, yeah, thank you. So we're like, he's helping me like walk around the hills and stuff like that. So he's just like being really, really fucking nice. Like, it was being such like a gentleman. And then this is where me and Tora meet up with his two friends. So there's Lily, because I remember her, no offense, obviously, her being a little bit chubby. So there's Lily, and then there's a black guy. Vividly remember him because it was really awkward between me and him because I guess we were like the token black people. So we were kind of just like having like that like I see you, we see each other moment. And then there was another guy. I can't really make out his description because I kind of wasn't paying any attention. But it was those three people, and then it was me and Tora. So at the park, I didn't want to interrupt their like whole thing that they had going on because they were like established friends and I was just kind of here. So a bunch of people were like calling me over to like take pictures. They're like, Marine ahoy! So he was like going over to take pictures and stuff. And they were conversating, they were doing whatever. And then they like were in line for like some pizza or something. So when they got their pizza, they came back over and we all like sat down under like a tree or something. And that is where that picture from the doc comes up of them with their phones together and it's like the sex art. I was in that. I wasn't in the picture, but I was there.
art.
I was there. I was there. I was literally there. I was sitting on the other side of them while they were taking that picture.
The deep lore.
I vividly remember that. So when I saw that picture in the doc, I was like, there's no way. There's really no fucking way that this actually is happening right now. Because I was like, everything she was saying in the doc, I was like, oh my god, I was there. Like, I know exactly what she's talking about. So, once the meetup kind of came to a close and everybody started like going to like the concert, it was me, Tora. Lily wasn't in the Uber with us. I think it was the black guy because I know I was in the front seat. So yeah, I think Lily rode with some other people to the concert because I just remember me, Tora. I was in the front seat. They made me sit next to the fucking Uber driver for whatever reason. And then Tora was in the back seat. I think the black guy was in the back seat and then the other guy. So it was really awkward because one of the guys in the car unironically likes Maury Callipy, so he played it in the car and I wanted to jump out of the fucking window. And the Uber driver was like, oh man, who's this? Like, this is good music. Like, I really think he wanted a tip because there was no way I just heard an Uber driver unironically say that Maury Callipy music was good. So, anyways, we're driving to the concert, drive. I'm in the front seat. We're all kind of like talking with the Uber driver and stuff because he was wondering like what we were doing, what the con was about, what the concert was about, blah, 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 blah. So we get to the concert and we meet up with Lily and everybody else. So it was a little bit awkward.
I'm sure.
I will say that because I guess this is where in the doc where she said that she started getting like uncomfortable and stuff because I kind of broke off from them a little bit because people wanted to take pictures with me. I was fucking Marine at a Hollow Live concert, so everybody wanted to take pictures with me. And I was like watching and I could see like Tor constantly try to like go over to her and like talk to her, like have like his arm around, like he would try to constantly like be by her and she kind of was just like very uncomfortable the entire time. Like even when I would try to like talk to her about like, cause we were the only two girls there. So I would try to like talk to her and about like Vtuber stuff and she kind of just was really uninterested. Like she really just did not want to talk, almost like she didn't want to be there. So, I don't really pressure people to talk to me. So I was just like, okay. At the time, I thought she just didn't want to talk to me. But now I know that, it was because of the whole tour situation. But, basically, once we all got inside, we broke off because we were in two completely different parts of the building. And then, once the concert was over, we all met back up eventually. Tor went fucking missing for whatever reason. Who knows what he went to do? God, seeing this document and seeing that he, like, He said that he wanted to like fuck Lily in the bathroom. Who knows what he was doing? Because he was literally, we lost him for like an hour. We were all like, where the hell did he go? He was gone for like an hour after the concert was over. But then he came back into the group and he was like, oh hey, I got stopped by security or something, blah 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 blah. And Lily did not look happy to see him at all. She was really ready to go, and it was really fucking funny. We met the black Nene guy, like the really buff black guy that likes Nene from Hollow Live.
Oh yeah,
really
you
funny.
Commented on him. Yeah, that's
really
funny.
It was really funny because it was really funny because he was like, he was a really buff ass black guy, and I kind of was like, I was like, are you the Nene guy? Like, because I was just thinking in my head, I was like, there's no possible way that there's another really unnaturally buff black guy here that isn't the Nene guy. So I just had to ask. It ended up being him. But yeah, so, anyways, after that, because Tor leaves with his friends and then I Uber by myself back to my hotel. So, he leaves, and then whatever. So, then we don't talk for the rest of the night because obviously I guess that's the night where everything happened. The night after the concert, I guess that's where everything happened. I'm really glad I didn't go back with them because he was like, oh yeah, if you want to come back, you can just like split the Uber with us. And I was like, oh no, I'm gonna go back to my hotel. So glad I didn't go.
Yeah,
Oh
you
my God.
definitely dodged a massive bullet there.
Oh my God, so glad I didn't go. I was just so tired. My feet were hurting so bad. I've been wearing heels all fucking day. I was like, I'm so glad I didn't fucking go. But, so anyways, we talk again on the 3rd. No, we talk again on the 9th. So this was 2 days after the, like, three days after the con had ended. So we were just like, oh, I got sick, you know, because a lot of people got sick at Anime Expo, blah, 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 blah. And then I DM'd him on the 12th. And I was just July 12th. And I was like, oh, hey, Tora. And he says, oh my God, hi. You know what I'm thinking about? We never had sex. This is so sad. Pecco pain emoji. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah. Oh, you can't. Honestly, this is so ridiculous. If I hadn't already read the document, I would be on the verge of calling you a liar because I just can't believe somebody like this exists. But in the context of the document, I believe you.
And then I'm still trying to because I think, okay, so this is the same day. And I kind of was just like, LOL, whatever, shaking my head, you know, not addressing whatever the fuck he just said. And I started talking about my birthday Donathon because at the time I did a birthday Donathon stream and I invited him. And I think it's really funny. I think I should point this out. So for the birthday Donathon stream, I did a hentai tag tier list and he had rape in S tier. So I think that's very important to add in this situation. I think that's very important to add in this situation. I think I should just point that out. Anyways, so we're talking, and I was just talking about birthday Donathon, blah, 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 blah. And then he says, because I stopped talking to him after a while because I went to go do whatever I needed to do. And he says, okay, question. I joke about it a lot, but have you actually ever had sex before?
Was that in person or on
No,
online?
this is all through Discord now.
Oh, okay,
this is all
got you.
through Discord because Anime Expo's been over for a week now. So
Okay,
this is all over Discord. So yeah, it was like, have you ever had sex before? And I was like, help, keyboard smash, keyboard smash, keyboard smash. Why are you asking? And he was like, damn, we totally should have fucked. And I was like, and then he says, okay, cause I mentioned my cause I've talked about me being on birth control before because I have really painful girl months where I literally will throw up and freak the fuck out because I'm literally
I know several VTubers who have that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I have the immune system of a fucking piece of paper, so I have to take that stuff to not die every month. So he was like, oh, fair, some people use it for period pain. We could have had sex Monday night because I didn't do anything that day except get high.
Okay, to be honest, all of this kind of comes together in a picture of a guy who... did he ever say what he used to do? Because this sounds an awful lot like a guy who just gets massively horny after a cocaine hit.
No, he never specified what drugs he did, but I remember someone just saying he did weed. He gets high and does weed.
I mean,
that's it.
Yeah, I mean, weed does make some people irrationally horny, but yeah, this really strikes me as the kind of guy who just has this thing inside of him that every time he does a hit of something, he just comes straight out and he's like, oh yeah, I'm ready to go.
Jesus. But yeah, and then he tops it off and he gets so nice. He's like, I will say I'm glad we were able to spend so much time together. We saw each other every day and it was really fun. And I was saying, and that's why I'm still he's, oh God. It's very, I don't know if he was intentionally trying to be, manipulative, but that's what it feels like. Because he's such a nice fucking guy.
Yeah.
That dude, he just has no fucking conscience, and I think he thinks with his fucking dick.
You think?
Oh, wait, no. Okay, he says, cause then I was talking about okay, so I was joking. Listen. This was purely a joke. I always joke about this, like I always joke about like sexually assaulting my friends, blah blah blah. And I was like, yeah, this was my first time meeting up with an online friend, and he was like, oh really? And I was like, yeah, I'm glad you didn't kidnap or sexually assault me, which is fun, lol. And he says, I totally could have done that when we went out to eat.
You're.
I'm gonna take a screenshot of this.
Yes, screenshot. Holy shit! Screenshot that.
I'm gonna take a screenshot of this because I don't think there's like any way in hell on.
Holy shit!
There you go. Yep.
Oh wait, no, that's the wrong tab. Sorry. Let me go over to that one. Whoops. Sorry, I have it open in the wrong one. I have multiple like things
you got
open.
Too many tabs. Too many tabs.
I have so many tabs. Yeah, there it is. We got it up. Holy shit! Skull. I know. I kind of went. I'm not sure if you were here for the whole start of the stream, but at first I was like, you know, I was a little bit suspicious of Lily, and I was like, you know, I think there might be some gentle massaging of the facts here and there. This feels like something that it might, you know, she's talking about something, and I believe her, but it's like, but now I look at this and I'm like, no, Lily was far too generous. My God, she was so generous to him. Like she was wearing kid gloves on her kid gloves in that document.
But yeah, he says that, and then I was just like, keyboard smash, help, please, Lambo. And he was like, okay, next time we meet then, I'm gonna kiss you the second I see you. I will also grab that, just in case. And then he says, at least you can vouch that I am not a creep. BT dub.
Oh no, my throat is gonna hurt.
Oh, the fucking marinade. He was like, good job, Tor. You didn't rape somebody today. I'm so proud of you, man.
Good job.
Good
You
job.
didn't rape somebody today.
That's what I'm saying. That 1 hour that he was like completely gone during the concert, like who knows what the fuck he was doing? There's no way that he got stopped by security.
I can believe he got stopped by security, because good grief.
Yeah, stopped by security from fucking doing
He should have been
something.
beaten to death by security. I feel like he did something really bad during that 1 hour marinade. Oh.
Fuck knows.
You can vouch that I am not an assaulter now.
It goes down because then we started talking about the meetup because, you know, I was dressed up as Marine. A lot of guys were like looking at me and wanting to take pictures with me, but I was with Tora. You know, we were kind of basically holding hands because he was trying to help me down the hill without me falling and like cracking my fucking skull open. So I was like, LOL, yeah, it was really funny seeing the dudes like looking and staring and like seething in the inside. And then he was like, I need you to literally kiss me on the mouth around them. It feels good to know that they're raging on the inside.
I feel embarrassed by my masculinity right now.
Yeah, if you guys aren't risen up like Tora, you guys aren't risen at all. You guys need to step your game up, honestly. This is what gets bitches 100%. This is what gets bitches trust. Trust in the plan. Eventually it'll work.
Eventually it'll work.
But yeah, he fucking says that, and once again, keyboard smash, and then this is where the screenshot comes in, where he's like, "Give me some preview pictures." Oh wait, no. And I was like, "Oh, I really want to cosplay Marine's bathing suit outfit, like her summer outfit." And he was like, "Okay, if that happens, I actually will need to escort you all day, lol." Give me some preview pictures in that case, maybe without the outfit too. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I will have to say that his confidence is absolutely amazing. Like, this is a man who you could probably tase in the street and he would be like, damn, that was in the top 50% of interactions with women I've ever had. It's only uphill from here.
Oh my god. I just think it's because he's never had. Because the thing is, I don't know if there's like, because I don't know who he's interacted with, obviously. Who knows how many other fucking people who's in like the same predicament that like me and Lily are in, but either A, don't want to say anything because they don't want to be involved, or B, are too scared. Like, who knows? So he's probably never had anybody tell him like, leave me the fuck alone, like ever in his fucking life. So he doesn't know that like he's being fucking creepy.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the problem, because I don't know if you're familiar with Spanner or like Charlotte Van Helen and her interactions with him. Is that like Spanner was an incredibly creepy and weird guy who lived in his literally a basement dweller in Scotland, and he was like, he inserted himself into like Charlotte's friend group, and everybody hated him, but he would be like this, oh, I'm your #1 fan, ooh, and I'll buy you loads of super chats and all this kind of stuff. And like he went on like this, and eventually she was just this guy is obviously really creepy, but I don't want to let him down harshly. I don't want to just kick him out. I don't want to be mean to him. I don't want to be rude to him. I just need to patiently and quietly tell him that he can't do this. And he would just do the same thing every time. He'd immediately apologize, and then he'd go quiet for like a week or so, and then he'd come back and he'd drop a $50 super chat in the stream and say, "Hello, Charlotte, I'm back. I'm so glad things are good with us again," and all this kind of stuff. And this went on for like a year or so, I think. Again, I could be getting some things wrong, and like, and in the end, he was just like, she had to call the police on him, and he went on a kind of thing like Tora Karu did, is that it was revealed later on that he was trying to do this with multiple other VTubers as well, and previously he tried to do it with somebody else. And it's just the case that when these people approach VTubers in isolation, they just see this side of the man where it's like, this guy is creepy and he's weird, but, he seems to be harmless. And, he, as you say, you met him up and he didn't do anything. So is it right to judge him? Is it right to be really, it feels like an overreaction of being really cruel and nasty to him, to tell him to like, go away, never talk to me again. And then like stuff like this happens and you always find you're not the only one. You're not the only one.
Yeah, I ain't even gonna say like I don't feel like a victim. Like I'm not gonna go out and tweet like, oh my god, my experience. I just think it's funny. This whole situation is fucking hilarious. It is funny.
I mean, it's one of those things where you laugh at it harder because you realize how terrible it could have been.
Exactly. I could have been at the fucking HoloLive after party Airbnb orgy. I wouldn't have wanted to been a part of that. Let me see if it goes anywhere from there. Hold on.
Creepy and weird but harmless. That's like most male VTubers though.
Oh, okay. And then I was like joking around. I was like, oh, LOL, when are you giving me like a feet reveal? Cause like I like feet, so I was like joking around. And I was like, he said, I'll do it for nudes. And I was like, oh, please. And he said, see, you really want feet and I really want nudes, so it's a good trade, LOL. I know I sent that screenshot as well already, but yeah. Just like straight up asked for nudes in exchange for his fucking manlit feet pictures.
Wait, oh, he was trying to offer feet pictures to you?
Yes, he wanted me to send him nudes for his feet pictures. Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Here, if you need me to resend it, because it might be really far up, I definitely can.
Let me see. I think it is really far up. Sorry, you should resend it.
Yeah, I'm always on the screenshots as I'm reading them, so...
That's cool.
There.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, this would legitimately be unbelievable if you didn't have receipts and this context. Like, if you...
Yeah,
Because it's just so... You can't believe that people like this actually... they actually exist. Next you're going to tell me that he's into Sonic as well. Please don't. I'm genuinely begging you.
I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe.
It's the pattern with autists that if a VTuber autist is like really terrible, he's always in some way connected to the Sonic fandom, because that's what
Oh, I
Spanner
don't think
was. Is
so.
that like Spanner was a mod for like a Sonic fan game contest. And like he would be talking to all these people, and he'd be saying, "I'm totally and horribly alone in life. Nobody loves me, etc." all the time. And at the same time, he was in Charlotte Van Helen's server talking about how terrible and awful his coworkers are and how they didn't understand him. And it's like these people just, well, they cope with the idea of rejection by, I think, in the autistic brain, it's a numbers game. Like let's say you're interacting with 10 people, and you say different things to all of them, and because you talk to all of them in isolation, like 9 of them say, oh that's fine, or oh, I don't see anything wrong with that, or they just don't make a comment, and then one person says, that's really creepy, never say that again. They're not going to think, oh, I was told this is really creepy. They're going to go, well, 9 people didn't say anything to me, so of course it's right. This bitch doesn't know who she's talking about.
Yeah, it's so bad.
It is, and sadly, it's one of those things that, like, we laugh at it now, but I mean, there's more people like this out here, like this guy out here.
Yeah. After that, turns out we have the same birthday, which is absolutely fucking horrible. Learn that we have the exact same birthday. Oh, I got this dude when I debuted my military outfit, I asked him to voice a line from my lore video, so he's like in my fucking lore video, so that was absolutely fucking horrible.
Oh dear.
And then we talked about, oh, this is when I got suspended, and he says, LOL, how do you get canceled? I don't think that's really ironic.
Yeah, that's very ironic, ain't it?
And then we stopped talking for a while. Like, we didn't talk for like fucking months. So last time I talked to Tora was December 8th, 2023. That was the last time I talked to Tora. December 8th, 2023. So we have not talked in 3 whole months.
Okay.
And we're still friends on Discord. He isn't in any servers that I'm in. He must have deleted his server like really fucking fast.
Yeah, because I noticed that his avatar is like a black circle. I thought at first you were like trying to censor his avatar for some reason. Like, is his avatar actually a black circle?
Yeah, it's his banner and his avatar are black circles.
Oh, I
and
see.
And like I said, I think because I streamed yesterday, and I remember promoting my stream in his server, so that means he deleted his server like really fucking fast. But he's still friends with like a lot of people that I'm friends with on here, so I guess he didn't go through that yet, but yeah, so that was the end of me and Tora's thing. Like, but like I said, it's like I still don't why did I like talk to him for so long? I don't know, it's just because I think like I respect the fact that he didn't try to do anything in person. Like, you know, I'm used to like that's kind of why I haven't really like this will be the first time I've ever like collabed, quote unquote, with a guy since Tora, and that was all the way by my birthday. So I have not collabed with a guy since July of last year because I've always been like so scared of like them being like that. But before I did like stop collabing with guys, I was used to like the like sex jokes constantly and like the Fujo baiting, you know, all that. It wasn't really a problem.
I don't get that. I mean, I'm kind of tempted to make like a funny joke, but then I'm like, no, why should I? It's embarrassing. It's stupid, and you know, you're probably not going to like it. Like you say you're used to it, but I doubt you particularly like it.
Yeah, no, I only like sexual jokes between me and my female friends. I don't even like. See, it's cute when 2 cute girls talk about like sexually assaulting each other. When a dude does, it's just different. You guys just wouldn't get it. You guys wouldn't understand. But it was just like, the reason why I kept talking to him was literally because he was just so nice in person, and he never tried to do anything. And especially after that moment, like after the con was over, I guess because like his opportunity was gone already, he just completely chilled out. Like after that, he didn't really make any other jokes except for when I brought up like Anime Expo or like the situation again. Like other than that, he was like, even on the collab, he was very chill. He didn't really be creepy with anybody. Like he was just a very like chill guy. Like, he was an asshole. The whole, like, Anime Expo moment was, like, really fucking awkward, really fucking cringe. But other than that, he wasn't a horrible person to be around.
Yeah.
But I guess that was just for me.
Yeah, it really feels like he's an opportunist. Is that, you know, he can be normal around people, but only when it's a case of he doesn't see them as a potential target.
Yeah, basically. Like, yeah. Yeah. It's fucking horrible.
Yeah. Well,
Jeez.
well, I'm really glad that you got out of it as lightly as you did. Like, honestly.
I'll tell you, it was just really fucking funny because I saw like everybody talking about it earlier today, and I was like, Tora VTuber. There's like a million VTubers named Tora. There's no way it's like the Tora I know. But then like I guess a couple of hours before this, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go look and I'm gonna go see because I'm a little nosy. And then I see that it's him. I was there like, oh my fucking god. I like went in my fucking Discord server. I went in my sub call, and I was like, oh my fucking god. Do you guys remember fucking Anime Expo? And it's so fucking funny because I had a couple of fans like DMing me saying like we don't want you going out with him. Like, are you sure you should really be doing it? I was like, no, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Jesus Christ. I am so happy because we were literally like completely alone together. When we were in the car, we were in an alleyway. Like, so what happened was the Uber dropped us off in this weird-ass alleyway. So for him to say that message, like, oh, you're glad I didn't, like, sexually assault you there, because I totally could have, that is, like, so fucking funny. Because we were in a really sketchy fucking alleyway in, like, the middle of nowhere. So it's just, like, I just think it's funny. Like, I'm not, like, traumatized. I don't have like PTSD. I'm not like gonna stop streaming or go on. I just think it's really fucking funny. Honestly.
Yeah. I mean,
this is absolutely
props
hilarious.
to you. Yeah, props to you for having that energy. At the same time, well, I mean, you couldn't have done it in cucked California, but put it this way: I hope you pack heat in future in situations like that.
No, I could never. I'm absolutely fucking terrified of those things. Like, I cannot. Only heat I'm packing is. I don't fucking know. I can't even run, so I guess I'd be like totally fucked.
Be careful. Be careful. I do not want to see you become a statistic.
I won't meet up with any male VTubers ever again. That'll be the last time I ever do that. No male VTuber meetups ever again. No one-on-ones. I need to have like a bodyguard at all times.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, honestly, I mean, I this isn't even the only horror story that I've heard. I've heard some wild stories that sadly there's no real evidence for them, but I've heard stories of like there was some VTuber who had an RL birthday party and it got leaked on VT, and some obese black guy showed up with a wedding ring.
Oh my god, that man is. Listen, he's just aspiring to do what everybody else has been wanting to do, okay? He's got the balls to do it, so don't be a hater.
Yeah. I mean, sadly that the details of that seem to have been lost to time, but it was a story told to me with considerable confidence by somebody who would be in a position to know.
Yeah, it was... I think both sides of the situation are really fucking funny. Like, I guess, like, I'm trying to think, because I'm not saying, like, because I didn't read the, like, full Lily doc, so I don't really know, like, why it took her so long to come out, because it's been almost a whole year since that AX situation happened. But I guess, you know, everybody's different. You know, some people aren't ready to speak out until later on. But I think Tora took it too fucking far. He literally snitched on himself. Like, I was reading the doc, and all the times he was like, I'm sorry I almost sexually assaulted you. I'm sorry I did this. Like, dude, just shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Just say I'm sorry. It ended there. Why are you literally, like, snitching on yourself? You're, like, literally telling her why she should be mad at you. Why are you doing that? I was really, like, so mad the entire time I was reading that. He's so horrible at apologizing.
Yeah, I know. It is absurd. And again, I like I said earlier, is that it feels like, you know, for one thing, he feels no remorse, but he's horrified that he's been found out, because he is intelligent enough to know that, oh shit, my career is literally over if this doesn't go beyond perfectly for me. So I mean, and again, by the way that he talks is self-incriminating because it shows that he doesn't have the low IQ excuse of, well, I didn't do anything wrong. What are you talking about? No, he is able to understand that he did something terribly wrong and is then intelligent enough to go, well, I don't think it was really like that, and I would never have gone that far, and so he loses that excuse of, oh, I was just an idiot and didn't think what I was doing. Because he's clearly thought about it a lot.
Mm-hmm. Just, and I think he I think him completely graduating, completely just he think he really jumped the gun with that. Like Vox literally came out as a really creepy guy, and he is still in Yuji Sanji making so much money. He's got a majority female fan base. If he would have just apologized and went on hiatus for a while and then came back, he would have been perfectly fine. Him just completely saying, I'm leaving, I hate it here, I'm gonna sell my model, bye everybody. Bruh. And the fact that there's 88 people there's 95 people looking at his doc right now is fucking hilarious. He should have just went on hiatus. He took it too fucking far. He's like, I won't come back unless Lily tells me to. That doesn't make you some cool feminist because you care about her feelings and stuff. That literally just makes you 30 times more guilty.
Obligatory stone toss, this is what a male feminist looks like comic.
Yeah, he lets his rape victim decide what he should fucking do. It's just so bad. I'm hearing two sides of the story. I saw Tora say that he didn't straddle her. I hear she said that he did straddle her. It's holy fuck. We need, whose opinion we need right now? We need what's the guy's name? The guy who interrupted them.
Laser.
Yeah, we need Laser in here. We need to get Laser in here because I need to because if he says that he was just I think in his document he said that he was laying next to her, but she says that he was straddling her. I need to know which of the one it was, because if he was just laying next to her, I don't think that's sexual assault. But if he was straddling her, now that's definitely, I don't think that's sexual assault, but I do think that's really fucking weird.
Oh yeah, I agree. Again, I think that her direct accusations don't hold as much water as just her painting. Again, the Discord screen, she could just have posted the Discord screenshots, and honestly, I think that would have been enough. Her kind of woman-splaining around it, if I'm allowed to use that term. It just kind of muddies the waters. Whereas, I'm sorry, the guy is clearly just, well, maybe not insane, but just completely untrustworthy.
Yeah.
And he just dug himself in such a deep hole with all of those replies.
Yeah, I always knew he was a little weird sex pest because 90% of his posts were porn.
Of course.
He would just get so much porn commissions, and I was just okay. So I knew he was that kind of person, quote unquote, but damn, I didn't think it was that bad.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Everybody has a different perspective, but nobody puts two and two together. We all want to think of good things about people, but
is there anybody supporting him? I wonder.
I don't think so. I think
really none of his girl fans are no, it's okay. We'll wait for you. Is there nobody saying that?
I mean, last I looked, which was a couple of hours ago, so things could have changed since, but I don't think that I've seen anybody be I think somebody did. Let me just check my Twitter feed again.
He has two lists called Tora's breeding list and Tora's harem that I just saw in the replies.
Why am I not surprised? And he's also is he? Yeah, is he? You can tell that he's got Asian features. Is he Chinese?
I don't remember what he didn't specify what his race was. Going by his name, I think he's Chinese.
Yeah. So he has a Fujo audience. He's got the Chinese Fujo audience who Yeah, I actually do agree with you. Like just on the data level of things, that he could have come back from this if he had the Chinese Fujo audience.
He didn't speak enough. He didn't speak enough Chinese. He would have got them all in. Yeah, I'm like looking at the replies. I know someone said that his like artist said that they didn't want him to resell the model. Was it his model artist or was it the rigger?
It was
like,
the
who was
rigger
it?
because in the thread they post and say they are going to make the model free and the rigging thing part of it too. So they at the very least have both the art and the rigging in their possession. They say they're going to make it free.
Damn, so he's just gonna give the... Oh, dude.
Yep.
Fuck. That's... I mean, you can find somebody that's gonna take it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a pretty decent model. It's got a lot of art. Does it have a very good backstory?
Oh.
No, but someone's gonna take it, and it's gonna happen. It's gonna be like the curse, like the mask in Lethal Company when you put it on, and then it just like infects you and makes you kill people, and then the next person who puts it on kills people too. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Someone's gonna put on the VTuber model, and they'll be like, you know what? I think I want to sexually assault somebody now. Like, it's like when Minecraft VTubers hit like 1 million subs. Like, what do you think they should do?
Oh yeah. I'm so glad I grew out of my Minecraft phase years ago. Because good grief, those guys are so cringe.
God, there has to be somebody. Like, there's really no way in hell that all of these people are like hating on him. Oh, it's because he didn't coonbait enough.
If he was Vox, he'd survive this easily, especially with corpo support.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm trying to like... No one's saying, oh, Tora, like, it's okay, we'll wait for you. Like, even when, like, VTubers come out saying slurs, people are like, you know what, it's fine, you didn't know. Like,
yeah.
There's no one trying to, like...
Wait.
God, he's really fucked then. He's super fucked.
There's no coming back from this. I mean, and the fact that he has been a VTuber is also just absolutely damning for him, because now he's posted his face. Like, we know what he looks like, so he can't hide in real life. And he's also has his voice online to like thousands of people, so he can't even like come back again. Like, this is it. He's going to be found wherever he goes, in real life or online. And this is going to be the last thing that anybody remembers him for, ever. Because he's not going to be able to have any kind of new career or anything. So, yeah, this guy is just gone forever.
Dude, that's so... It's crazy. Like, genuinely. Because you're right, he's really fucked. I think the only corpo that'll take him is Niji Sanji, and that's because they need anybody right now. So other than that, I mean...
Yeah, he fits right in. The rats will just seamlessly transition onto him.
Yeah, he'll fit right in. He'll be perfect. Oh, someone said I'm gonna buy his. Well, it's free, so anybody can take the model now.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody on TVA will post a link to it when it goes free. I don't think it's been released yet.
Oh my god, I don't want to see the memes. I don't want to see the memes. I don't want to see anything that comes out of TVA with that model. I'm not ready to see it.
Oh no. Oh no, that's so horrifying.
Oh, someone commented, can I have your Twitch and Twitter account? And then put a skull emoji. And that was it. Damn, no one's in support of him. And it's the fact that he tweeted, like, hello, I know, I fucked up. I'm sorry, I'll talk about it. Like, Jesus Christ.
No. Like, he put out his statement, too. His statement is relatively short, so... Relatively short. It's like 5 pages, so... Have you read his statement before?
Yeah, I skimmed through it to a degree, so I'm aware of what's in there.
Okay, because I actually have not seen it before. Yeah, TLDR, accept my failure and graduate entirely. I am not going on hiatus. There will be no alternate persona. It is a complete graduation. Do not go after anyone else not involved. Yeah, guy still thinks that. There are probably a lot of people
Damn!
Yeah, go on.
I'm just looking. He really has nobody, like, so I'm checking the replies, I'm checking the retweets, I'm checking everything. Nobody is like, damn.
Yeah. You can't come back from this. This is the end.
Yeah.
There's no secret I flirt around with a lot of people. Oh, good grief. Everyone who is in my family and friends know I tell everyone that I love them. Oh dear. But I am not being malicious by calling someone that I considered a younger sibling cute. Likewise, if a minor was to engage in NSFW talk with me, I would immediately retract this. Okay, this guy is digging again. Like, nobody was saying he was like a minor attracted person or anything. Why would you just randomly bring this up as if to say, oh yeah, if I knew that the person I was saying NSFW was a child, I would like never, I would break it off immediately. Like, nobody was saying that. This just instantly makes me think, oh, he has done this with a minor, and that's what we're going to see next.
Wait. The 16-year-old? What do you mean 16-year-old?
Yeah, wait.
What? Wait. What do you mean 16-year-old? Did we miss something? Where's the other document at? I'm reading the replies to the tweet where he says it is bad. I know it's bad. Someone, let me go back to it. Someone says, like, what about the 16-year-old? What? What's 16-year-old? Okay, it says, okay, but Tora, would you like to explain about the 16-year-old? I haven't interacted with you for a while, but... What? Is it in one of his lists? Because, okay, but it also says, I rarely speak on these kinds of topics directly, but seeing as this also extends to minors, where? Minors, where?
Yeah, that definitely needs a lot of substantiation. Like, I hate this. I hate this person already, but I'm not going to go that far unless somebody can substantiate that pretty damn heavily.
Minors where? I think it maybe might be in, like, because he's got a lot of lists on Twitter. I'm not sure if you know what those are.
There was a 16-year-old boy who he was allegedly flirting with.
What? Where? Oh, dude, Jesus Christ. See, it's never crazy when you see it happen to, like, someone else's friend, but when it's someone you literally, like, hung out with one-on-one in real time, like, bruh. All I can literally say is bruh. Like, I am literally the, like, bruh sound effect emote.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Unbelievable.
Do you know a Mizuki Nemu or anything? Because I haven't looked at their thing either yet.
I have no idea who they are. I don't know any of, like, someone's saying check Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, Murray just posted this. I'll just put this up on screen. Rin, I'm so sorry that Lily had to go through this. Her sharing her story made me want to add from my own experience that he has even treated minors weirdly. He has called me things like cutie and has said I love you to me a lot of times, and I never told him to stop because I didn't want to make things weird as someone who was 10x younger than him. I stopped talking to him after had a friend tell me they had a bad feeling about him and thought he was problematic. Yeah, problematic is a very real understatement. Rin, you're so cute. It's okay. I love you. 3, less than 3, less than 3, less than 3.
Ew. Oh, that's so creepy. Oh, this is a really low quality picture, but I just said that. Oh, that's creepy. Oh my God.
Is that like
that's him with the victim's ex-girlfriend. I guess maybe they were girlfriend and boyfriend at the time, but oh, that's creepy. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, you've got to put that one.
Yeah, I've got it up. Have I got it on screen? Yes, I do. I do have it on screen like right now. Again, this is low quality, yeah, but like, I swear if Rin said something to you about me having a crush on you, it's only because they said they love Mr. more than me. Damn, so you don't have a crush on me, I see. Well, if you want me to, lol, I'm JK. Oh, you're a minor, right? So that's sus.
Ooh, it's like he was thinking about it. He was like, wait a minute. Ew, it's the way that he worded it. Like, the way that he worded it kind of made him seem like he wasn't completely, like, deterred away from that. Like, he was like, you're a minor, right? So that's sus. Like, he didn't say, like, oh, okay, we probably should not be talking. No, he was like, I don't know, like, that's a little bit weird, but, like, yeah, that's, like, the vibes I'm getting from that message.
Somebody says Shrek in bio. I have no words. Yeah, and he says, "Wowie, you're very cute."
Ew! God! Oh, jeez, man. This is really horrible. Jesus Christ.
Forgot to add it, but he also asked how I looked, and when I sent him a photo on Twitter, he said it couldn't load, and he thought that we should message on Discord instead, since things on there aren't permanent.
You don't want his Twitter. Oh, he's creepy. Oh my God.
No.
He was gonna groom this little 16-year-old trans boy. Oh my God, there's no way.
Yeah, like the thing is, I'm used to people. You see, I try and be skeptical about this stuff. I feel like, this is like it's a sinking corpse, and some people are just gonna make shit up. Like, that happens. But I mean, this again. You look back at his where did I put it? No, sorry. I'm kind of dancing around. I think I may have closed it or whatever. But where he says, I did nothing with minors, and then this comes out. Again, it's the worst thing you could possibly say, because even if this person is outright lying, and I don't think they are, the connection is still obvious. And yeah, this man, someone in my Discord is saying, wood chipper now. You can't come back from this. You can't come back from this.
Dude, that's so fucked. He literally said to go to Discord because Twitter is permanent. What the fuck did he mean by that? Like, he was like, yeah, you can just... Oh my God.
Yeah, Marinade says, I guess Koinu being transgender wouldn't have turned him away.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't mind. Well, no, because I would have been a trans female. I would have had a penis, so...
I don't think he talks with Lily about her pegging him, so... I think he's game. I think he's game.
Oh, man. This whole situation's so fucking funny. God, I'm just waiting for more and more people to come out. Because now that, what, 3 people have said something? Oh, we're definitely gonna I'm waiting for the big one. Like, I'm waiting for somebody to say, guys, I'm pregnant with Tora's fucking kid. Like, I'm just waiting for it, honestly. Because there's no way that this guy has only done, like, the worst of the worst to, like, oh, it's Lily! Lily's here!
Yeah, oh, hello, Herapath Lily. So this is, just to be certain, this is her account. Herapath. Just go over. Of course, live chat is massively lagging because I've got to, for some reason. Come on.
I sent this guy like $7 on Cash App. God, I'm thinking about that too. I want my $7 back. What the fuck?
Oh,
I want my reimbursement.
I don't think you're getting that back. But yeah, Lily, I'm very sorry this happened to you. I mean, I've no idea how much that you've watched of this stream, but I mean, I'll be honest, I was like a tiny bit skeptical of your story to begin with, because like I'm honestly used to some people saying weird things to others to get clout and so on. But I mean, everything that's here, yeah, this guy is a complete insane sex pest, and I'm very glad that you didn't end up doing anything with him. And to be frank, I think you're lucky to get away with what you did. God damn, this guy is a Wikipedia entry waiting to happen.
Yeah, this is going in the Vtuber lore database.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. I hope people are archiving these Twitter threads and so on. This guy when I'm done with this stream, this guy gets a thread. He gets an entire dedicated thread. Like there's no way that this guy's antics like are going to be forgotten in some random like 20-page spread in a 500-page thread.
Yeah, it's... Oh, yeah. All the people who got fucking art with him as well. Like, all the people who got, like, not safe for work art. Oh, man, you guys are fucked.
Oh, no.
Because now imagine having art with the literal, like, sexual assaulter or whatever the hell they're called. Jesus.
That is horrible. That is really horrible.
I want my $7.
They popped up on my recommended. Wow, I guess YouTube is on my side and is trying to spread the message and everything.
You think I can like contact Cash App? And be like, hi, so this dude ended up being like a sexual assaulter. Do you think I get like my $7 back? I think I should too. Maybe I'll show Cash App the screenshots. I said fucking charts, but yeah, that should be fine. But yeah, it's still so fucked up because I feel like his plan B. He was basically like, okay, if you Lily won't give me some, I'll just get some from this like freshly 18-year-old girl instead.
Yep.
And like maybe her 2 friends as well. Like, what? Jesus, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually kind of the weird thing, because he was really desperately horny for you. At the same time, he was telling Lily, I don't think we should do anything because I'm, like, going steady with this other person that I'm seeing at the same time. I mean, that's just bizarre.
And he had his boyfriend, too. So that means he had 3 whole, like, he had a plan A, a plan B, and then a plan fucking C.
And he missed with all of them.
I know, I'm telling you, we need to get fucking laser on this, bro.
Yeah, that's just amazing. He was very, very into people just hitting 18. Yeah, I can believe that. I think that it would be wrong to say that he's into minors, but that jailbait high, I can see him being really into that.
Jeez, bruh, I'm so happy about the new edition. I'm just glad I wasn't named or anything. I would have been so I don't want to be in a fucking sexual assault thread about a male VTuber.
No.
I really don't. That's not what I want to be about. So I'm so glad that, like, he didn't say anything about me. Nobody said anything about... That's also because nobody really knew who I was either. Like, when I showed up to the fucking, meetup, they kind of were just like, who is this? Oh, this is my friend. And that was it. I'm so glad. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you have that, as Kirsha would say, you have that literal who shield, and sometimes it's good to not be a big VTuber, because again, like imagine if you were like high 3 view status and this kind of stuff came out. It's sometimes it's good to stay on the fringe of the industry rather than plunge right in the middle.
Jesus. Man, who knows? If I was popular, if someone would have came out saying, like, yeah, and then she condoned his actions. Like, what? I did what? I don't be tied up in anything he got going on.
No.
Not at all.
No.
God.
I'm very grateful for you, like, bothering even to come on and share this stuff, because, I mean, the stuff that you share more than anything else convinces me of all this, because, like, once is a coincidence, twice is, or whatever, however the saying goes. I literally can't even remember the damn saying right now, but yeah, it's just such a road trip. Such a road trip, Dad. Just straight to hell. I was like, this is gonna be like a funny. It's a few 2 views calling each other names on Twitter and writing really overly wordy documents. It's probably gonna be nothing, honestly. It's probably somebody pissed off they didn't get a collab, and like, no, oh God, it's not.
Like,
oh God.
Nah, it goes way deeper. But yeah, I mean, it was either because I wasn't gonna stream this myself. Like, a lot of my like fans were telling me that I should like make a post about it or make a thread, but then that'd bring all the attention over to me, and then that'd also bring, because listen, I'm on like my fucking 5th suspended Twitter account. I'm trying to get them to leave me the fuck alone. So the last thing I'm gonna do is make a fucking Google Doc about my experience with him. Because like I said, at the end of the day, I'm not traumatized, I'm not upset, I'm not sad, I'm not like scared. I'm just like in complete and utter like, ain't no way. Like, that's literally the only emotion I have right now. Ain't no way. But yeah, it was either I come on here or I was gonna wait for somebody else to fucking do a stream about it and go on there and be like, hey, you want some screenshots? I've got a couple. Because it's the fact that like, you really didn't even need all of those screenshots. I think that one screenshot alone of him saying, like, do you want to come back to my room and have, like, and take pictures and have sex and stuff? I think that one screenshot alone was more than enough.
I agree. I think that, like, the one where he says, where you say, oh, it would have been really terrible if you'd done something, and he goes, well, I could have. I mean, that by itself is enough to destroy somebody's career.
God, you just reminded me of that. I kind of forgot about it for a second. You just popped back into my head.
I apologize for bringing back the bad memories.
Tim, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. I'll see you in Nijisanji, Tora. Can't wait for your re-debut in like less than a year.
I would really love to know, like, that'd be one thing that I would love to know if he actually bothers to do something like apply for Nijisanji males again. That'd be amazing.
He has to. Seeing like how much he streamed and how much he like talked with his community, there's no way that dude's gonna, because Lily's not gonna come out and say, you know what, Tora, I forgive you. You can come back to Vtuber. She's not gonna say that.
No,
she's not even gonna DM him and give him the light of fucking day. So he's definitely gonna come back, like 100%. And I don't know what his plan is. I'm gonna give him half a year. I'm gonna give him half a year, honestly.
That makes
That's the most.
Yeah, that makes having a thread on him and having people be like, hey, you know, this guy he applied for Holostars a long time ago.
Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way.
Well,
ain't no fucking way.
Hololive really dodged a bullet. Good grief.
That's why he needs to go to Nijisanji. He'd literally be perfect. You've got like that one guy who like faked suicide. You've got Fox. You've got like all the groomer guys. Like he'd literally be perfect. Like I'm just waiting for it, honestly.
Yeah. Somebody posted on TVA like a comparison of the amount of money the males, the Nijisanji males have been making compared to the Nijisanji EN females. Since the Selene drama went down, and they kind of said, you know what, guys, maybe we've been looking at this all the wrong way. Maybe it's not the women that are doing the nasty things behind the scenes, because look at how these men have just sailed on completely untouched. You know, that can't be a coincidence. They have got to know that they can say whatever the hell they like about the evil Selene, and the Fujos will just eat it all up.
Mm-hmm.
And again, not accusing, but I mean that it's a rat that is a bit of a chunky rat, in my opinion, compared to the regular pretty starving rats.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Lily, if you're still here, I hope you recover. I don't really know. What am I supposed to say? Get better soon. But this whole situation's really fucked up, and I really didn't think it was that bad. Like I thought this dude was just like the average VTuber sex pest, just like going around like flirting with a bunch of girls. But I didn't think it was that bad.
Yeah.
Hey, at least he's not anti-lolly. At least he was like he was all game for me. So I mean, he doesn't discriminate. At least he's not racist. You know, could be more bad. He's just listen, guys. He's just a little creeper. He's just a sex pest. Okay. You guys gotta give him a break. Give him a break.
But I mean, it just depresses me that I have heard so many stories about male sex pests. I mean, I repeat this story fairly often, but I just can't believe how I've had VTubers be confused after contact with me for like a day or two and ask me, so when are you gonna ask me for nudes? Or something like that. And I'm just like, are you serious? Are you serious? Is this so normal for you? And they're like, yeah, it is. It literally is. Like somebody
guys,
said...
I'm a little bit worried, guys. Proctor's gonna DM me after the stream. Guys, I'm a little bit worried. I'm just a little bit worried, guys.
No, don't worry. All of my grooming attempts are very firmly. Well, I mean, technically you do have white hair, but your tail isn't quite fluffy enough. So, like, you'd still have to wear the mask.
Okay, whatever. I guess rules eyes. What were you saying?
No, I'm sorry, but I mean, yeah, it just really, just a bit of creeping, just a bit of non-con fetish, just a bit of grooming for fun. He's just a little guy trying to become a harem king.
Yeah, can you guys blame him? Listen, he just slipped up, okay? He just slipped up. It's fine. He'll be back, guys. The king will be back.
And we'll be ready.
Christ. I hate to fucking I hate to say that in this context, but he'll be back. He'll be back and he'll be even stronger. Now he knows to never say anything over. He needs to use like Snapchat and put it on like eraser mode so that it deletes after like a couple of seconds. He needs to upgrade his skills. This was mere training for Tora. Okay? This was just him testing the waters. Just wait until he gets into Nijisanji. Instead of going to fellow VTubers, she's going for the fans. The fans will never say anything.
You know, it sickens me to think that there's not even a completely non-existent chance that some like drone in Niji Sanji could be presented with everything that he's done and go, wow, this guy is really good at, you know, enticing. He's really good at enticing like gullible women to give him money and so on. I think he'd be great for Niji Sanji.
Basically, God, and he's like, and he's Asian. Oh my God, if he goes to Niji and says he's Asian, God, they'll be all over him.
Oh
like,
no.
He just shouldn't specify that he's fucking 5'7" and then they'll lose their mind. Trust me. He's got it in the pocket.
Fujiyoshi's just terrifying me. He's going out to the hyperbolic groom chamber. Oh dear. If a male VTuber sews up
oh my God.
Tigerman Chad in Niji Sanji, you know who it is.
Yeah, if I see any Tiger VTuber debut, I already know exactly who it is, because ain't no way. I don't think he ever said anything about, like, if he ever, like, left. But I vividly know what he sounds like, at least. I know what he sounds like.
Yeah,
he's got a very,
no way
like,
he hides from any of this.
Voice. God, and if he does, damn. I just hope nobody else gets involved in his, like, situation, I guess. It was really unfortunate. I'm kind of excited to see, like, well, not excited, but I'm very curious to see, like, who's next. Like, when's the next doc gonna come out? And keep reloading them. We need a tag, like, hashtag Tora call out, so I can see who else is, like, saying something.
That's not even a terrible idea, honestly. But yeah, I think that could be a realistic possibility. And to be honest, like, as you say, it's surprising that he has literally no defenders. Like, nobody is standing up for him.
Yeah, that's how I really know that he's fucked up. Because he has nobody defending him. Like, usually you always have, like, that one simp or, like, that one top dono that's like, oh, you know, you didn't mean it, it's okay, we'll see you later. But, like, he doesn't have a single person vouching for him. Like, Jesus, man.
Nope. And in a way,
well,
you know, as awful as the situation is, it kind of does actually give me some level of hope for the VTuber community that they are able to kind of rally around and highlight a guy like this and go, yeah, we're not dealing with this any longer. You're gone. Goodbye. Farewell. See you never. As opposed to being, because I mean, so often you get things where it's just kind of spirals down into this stupid he said, she said, oh, there was wrong on both sides, and everybody just kind of stops talking about it, and then a year or two later, everybody has a new model, and you know, they ban anybody in chat who mentions it previously, and it's only like the really dedicated archive bros that know, oh yeah, that guy has this document out from him that's like buried in the archives of Twitter. It was like a big thing for 5 minutes, and then everybody forgot about it.
No, I definitely think this will be like a thing for like a couple of days, considering, you know, like, he was very prominent in like the indie VTuber scene because of like his model, his design, and he talked to like a lot of girls and stuff and got a lot of like art with other people. So it was like, you know, male and female. It wasn't just like him being creepy against like females. I'm waiting for like the dudes to come out, because like the amount of like dudes that he's gotten like gay porn art with, like, there's no way that we are only getting like the girls coming out and speaking about this. Like, there's if no guy comes out about this, then that confirms that he isn't gay. Because there's no way he didn't like groom any guys too. I refuse to believe it.
I mean, he has a trans boyfriend, girlfriend. I'm sorry, I just can't keep track any longer. So like, he is at bare minimum open to the idea.
I don't know, because you know a lot of people don't see them as like that. Like, they, at the end of the day, like, oh, they have a vagina. That's okay. Like, calling somebody he, him isn't that hard, but like, you know, doing gay stuff, now that's where it really comes in at. So I just think he was mainly like, plus I think they said they were gender fluid but went by he, him, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
so,
it's a whole weird rainbow thing.
Yeah, we're not getting into that. We're talking about the grooming right now.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, God, I need to go text my friends and be like, hey, did any of you guys interact with this guy?
Yeah.
Like, any of you guys have any stories? We need more screenshots. Bring more. God, that makes me, I don't want to, would collab with any male VTubers. I've got like this big old collab going on. Like I'm in like this server with one of my bigger VTuber friends, and I wanted to host a Dawn-a-thon event during April because it's been like a year since I did my last one, and like all of the male VTubers in the server replied back to me, and now I don't even want to do it anymore. Because what if they're Tora in disguise? What if they're like Tora's like minions? Like his what's the word I'm looking for? Like your students, but it's like a fancy word for students, like a Chinese word for students. His like not disciples. Fuck, I can't really think of the word. But yeah, his disciples. There we go. Not disciples. His disciples. They're gonna use their lessons from Master Tora and come. It could use them on me.
I mean, the tragic thing is, I can legitimately think of some men who are VTubers as being sad enough to go, "Oh wow, this guy almost had it with 3 girls at once. Damn, I've got to look up to him. He's going to become the Andrew Tate of the VTubing world."
No, it's so over for me. I'm a little gullible 2 view. They're gonna come get me. They're gonna be like, I can turn you into a 3 view. And it's like, no. His goons.
Don't worry. Just, I mean, literally, just unironically, just ask in the TVA Discord, "Hey, is this guy cool?" And if they say that he's cool, he probably is.
God, this is so over. All male VTubers. God, it's just getting worse and worse for male VTubers, though. His document has 88 people on it still. Jesus Christ.
Yep, he's just done. He's just totally done. But I mean, like, I don't think that it should be better. Like, if this is the standard, if this is the kind of thing that people are going to tolerate, like, people should be suspicious of male VTubers, because it's just not right. You don't act like this.
Because it just keeps getting worse and worse. Like, when are we going to find out about a female VTuber grooming somebody? Like, when are we getting something like that? We just keep getting it, and it's always the same male VTubers. It's always, this is why only femboy VTubers are valid, because it's always the ones with the Chinese gacha isekai models, like the ones where like their fucking shoulder blades are bigger than their fucking chest, like. And I really don't think it's getting any better from this. It's just gonna get worse and worse.
Well, so long as the Chinese market keeps throwing money at VTubers, there's gonna be an economic incentive to look like that kind of character and act like one.
Oh God, it's so over. Ugh. Well, yeah, I mean, really crazy. I had a lot of fun fucking talking about it though.
Yeah, that's
this whole
cool.
thing was really funny.
Yeah.
I had to like talk about it to like a bunch of people because it's just unbelievable, if anything.
It is.
Because it's just like.
Yeah, I mean, unironically, like even with respect to you, if you had just said, "Oh, I need to come on the chat and be like, hey, this guy that groomed me, not groomed me, but had really weird interaction with me," I would unironically be like typing to my moderators and saying, "Look, this is funny, but I don't believe her." Like, I'd have to be honest about that. I'd say, I don't believe you. Whereas with
especially
this,
like if I would have said just the text, you're like, no fucking way somebody actually said
Yeah,
that.
no,
and
yeah,
then you
no.
actually see the text.
no, this must be some kind of clout chasing thing. But no, with all of this, it's just I just can't get over it. I just can't get over it.
Well, there's definitely more, so I hope you're ready to.
That'll be fun.
You might have another person to bring on next time. We're gonna get the Tora Karu Saga 2, episode 2. We're gonna have a whole series about this, like true crime. Because you're definitely gonna. I'm waiting for like a bigger VTuber to like come out with this. Because there's no way there's not like a three view who's like dealt with his shit before. I'm waiting because it's gonna be really fucking funny.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it because I mean I don't think anyone can say that. Again, as you say, this guy has no defenders whatsoever, and he deserves everything that happens to him.
Yeah. Jesus. This is really fucking funny. But yeah, I'm so fucking sick. I need to go lay down.
Yeah,
I hope you have fun with like
that's fine. Like
the rest of your fucking reviews. Have like this shit's really fucking funny. I hope you find more to like talk about next time too. If there is a next time, there's definitely gonna be a next time. Because there's definitely gonna be more. There's no way this is it.
100%. I'm probably not going to be online much longer anyway because this is nearly a 4-hour stream by now, and I'm very grateful you did come on because there's no way my throat would have survived this long without your energy like backing me up and giving me a chance to relax.
That sounded really fucking funny. Just so you know. That sounded, my throat wouldn't have lasted this long if it wasn't because of you. No problem.
I just don't have the stamina. Oh, thank you,
Anytime,
Backslash, for
don't
subscribing.
worry. But yeah, definitely, I had a lot of a lot of fun, even though I had to like hit my fucking inhaler like 4 times. But yeah, have fun with the rest of the fucking stream. I'm gonna go lay down. Thank you guys for having me. Sorry to infiltrate your voice stream with my girl voice. Hopefully it wasn't too overbearing. But hope to, tune in next time, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. And it was very nice to hear from you.
Yeah, of course. It was really nice to talk about it.
Yeah, go lie down now. Take care of yourself.
I will. See you later. See you guys later too.
Oh, I am now gigantic again. I wish there was a way to properly do this. Rest well. Suddenly it feels almost bizarrely quiet. Good grief. Let me readjust everything. Male VTubers will get treated like male teachers if that's not the case already. It doesn't take many bad actors to ruin it for everyone. You gotta find the virtual bro tubers. None of that Coomer Fuji baiting shit. Just bros being bros like that Jeff biceps dude. I was definitely a happier person 3 hours ago. Koinu, she violated our boy's zone, but in the end it was for the better. That's certainly one way to put it. I mean, yeah, it was really nice to have her on, and the stream definitely would not have been the same without that energy and all of that information. Good grief. I'm just glad Honey handled this guy properly. Yeah. Props to Honey as well for not falling for any of this nonsense as well. Enjoyable story time. Yeah, and this was the kind of thing that I started all this hoping I was able to detox, and honestly, like, although this went to darker places than I ever really expected, I really do feel happy that I decided to stream about this tonight, because good grief, this could have passed me by, and it's just so much fun to just talk about idiots getting full comeuppance for all of their idiotic deeds, because yeah, this guy is so dead. He is so done. There is no way this guy, like, maybe in 10 years he might be able to come back in some limited capacity. That's it. Rather be discriminated for being a male VTuber than allow creeps like this around. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm fully conscious of the fact that being a male VTuber is a debuff, and it's a debuff because of people like Taro, who just have no idea of boundaries, who have no morality, who see VTubing as literally nothing but a means to get BPD pussy, as it were. Because, I mean, the sad thing is that some versions of Taro out there have actually scored in some cases, which is the depressing thing. Keeping a neutral face listening to this at work, oh my goodness, mate, I absolutely could not. If I was a bystander to a stream like this, seems like a nice person, wish her the best going forward. It was a dark story and all, but it was a good stream. Yeah, this was very fun. This was very fun. Voice changer and female avatar with rainbow flag reincarnation. This is the Smash community all over again. What do you mean, Lunaris, the Smash community? Like, saying the Smash community it brings very, very, very vague memories into my mind, but like nothing concrete. You should contact Tora. He will probably talk to you, 18-year-old girl. No, I am not going to be doing that. I am not going to be platforming Tora at any point in the future. I'm not going to be like legal mindset and be like, oh, maybe I'm getting some things wrong, but hey, I'll just get the next guy on. Let's get the other side on and get all the views from the other side. No, I'm not like that. Like, this guy is obviously terrible. Like, let's assume for a second, again, let's steelman this to the wildest degree possible. You could convince me to, at the very least, sit on the fence and be like, maybe Lily isn't telling the truth, the full truth. Maybe Tora isn't telling the full truth. I'm going to withhold my absolute judgment, but I mean, with Koinu in here and her screenshots and then Honey and all these other people, there would have to be a conspiracy of unfathomable proportions to like be framing this guy at this point. Hi Tora, I am Proctorina. Want to get on Discord? Danoku. Shut up. Smash full of sex pests and pedos. I mean, isn't it the same with, like, wasn't there a drama in Bulbapedia or whatever, like the Pokemon wiki? Well, you didn't block Honey and Lily like the TikTok lawyer. Oh, yeah. Honestly, Legal Mindset has really fallen off for me because, like, his actions, like, he's really on a major grift. I just don't like him any longer. And this is the sad thing that really depresses me, is that VTubing just can't seem to get good advocates. In the last couple of months, we've seen people who are not VTubers start interacting with and talking with VTubers an awful lot more than normal. And it's something that Kirsche has really been wanting to do because she wants to change the perception of the VTuber space. And I agree with her wholeheartedly, but the trouble is, it seems like everybody who is willing to talk to VTubers is like in some way a grifter, in some way a pest. I mean, we have like Kumalot, we have Rackets, we have Legal Mindset, we have who else is there? I mean, there's V and Dev and the drama and the Politisberg community, all of them. Also, check ModTat when you end stream. I will. Thank you for the warning. Metagram a video about the Bulbapedia drama. Yeah, monkey's paw, exactly. Like, I'm tired of it. I mean, you can accuse me of I mean, I can't really say too much because I've sat here for nearly 5 hours and I have laughed at this guy and all of his failures. And, you know, I've had what you could call an interview with somebody who was exposing him, quote unquote. But I mean, all I can really say is I don't feel like a grifter because I can safely say in good conscience that I have not tried to purport any false narratives. And, you know, if somebody comes out to me and says, hey, I've got concrete proof that half of this is a lie, then I'd platform them just as readily because I'm interested. And I don't claim to tell the truth or anything. Only good flesh tuber talking to VTuber is Medicare. That's so hilarious. That's absurd. That's absurd to me that Jim Medicare, like the boogeyman of the mainstream, the titan of Gamergate, like the guy who takes no prisoners in mocking everyone else, who casts his spears far and wide at every available target. Like Jim Medicare of all people is the person who has been the most good faith towards VTubers. Like that is what I find truly an indictment of like the Politisberg and all that kind of community. Medicare barely counts as a flesh tuber. He barely counts as a flesh person giving us cancer, poor guy. I feel so sorry for him. Medicare is a PNG tuber. That's not a bad comment, actually. He outed himself as a grifter real fast for no reason. Could have just acted normal and good faith, but went the drama tuber route. Yeah, and this is the problem, is that it's short-term gain versus long-term gain. And the trouble is the medium incentivizes you on the short-term gain. I mean, even I feel that. I don't want to, like, if I go on a stream, I don't want a number friend, but if I go on a stream and I'm like, hey, I've got 30% less viewers than normal, it's going to affect you. It's going to make you sit there and think, I need to game the algorithm. I need to like push something that's topical. I need to concentrate and like do something that'll be a bit clickbaity so that people will click on and hopefully a few of them will stay. Like those are thoughts that cross your mind, and you're a fool and you're a liar if you say that doesn't happen to you, because it happens to every content creator. But it's just, and there's nothing wrong with those thoughts. You just have to keep them in context, and it can be quite hard. So I can understand the desire to grift, but going whole hog to it, like Legal Mindset has, I'm sorry, you just lose any long-term momentum you get. I said one time to some people that regular VTuber content is more valuable. I would agree overall. I mean, I like to be maybe not unique, but at least have some flair to it. I mean, I say unique. I basically copy Kirsche's Findom Friday streams to some degree. I just talk about random crap. But I mean, I want to do a bit more structure and a bit more like useful content to people, like that, like me reading from that Economics in One Lesson book. I mean, it's a small thing. Maybe I'll branch out to slightly more philosophical stuff in future, but. I always try and think to myself, am I saying something that is of value to people? I mean, sometimes you can just goof off and be silly or play games or whatever, but I really do want to be useful to people. I want the information that I propagate to be of functional value to people. And that's why I'm so serious about TVA maintaining things like the Discord where VTubers are allowed to join and talk about things, because, I mean, it poses risks. But at the same time, it has sincere and genuine value, as this entire stream just demonstrated. This would absolutely have been a fly-by-night drama if it hadn't been for the Discord, like, bringing this to my attention and one of the VTubers going, "OMG, I literally know this guy." That wouldn't have happened on the forum. So yeah, that's all I really have to say overall, because I am now Proctor will branch out to boyfriend ASMR once the monetization comes. It's over. Do you seriously think I'm ever going to get monetized on YouTube? I literally tell people to install adblock, and I've said bad words on you. Apparently you can't say kill yourself on YouTube at all. I've said that multiple times to people. Proctor wants to be used by people. I mean, again, I'm just conscious that my situation, you know, housing situation is bad. But I mean, I've had a much better upbringing than an awful lot of people, and I've had a much better moral upbringing, a much better, you know, and I'm enabled in a great degree by my circumstances. I can legitimately just sit at home in my shed and stream. I don't have to worry about getting up for a job and this kind of thing because of the low expenditures that I have and so on. So I try and not to be like, oh, I can just lounge back and do nothing. I want to do things that are in some way of assistance to people. Oh dear. They shot. Sorry, just looking at the Discord again. Free use Proctor really screws with ad revenue. Yeah, I don't care about ad revenue. I've had a lot of people say that ad revenue is just overrated. That I would much rather just like stream elements is really the only kind of monetization I really want to do, because I mean, stream elements, it gets you I think you get like 100% of the cut, you know, minus PayPal fees and stuff for stream elements. And I'm like, why would I want to enable monetization? Why would I want to like hamstring my ability to speak from my heart and talk honestly in exchange for just a bit of ad revenue when I actively encourage people to block ads to begin with? It feels like a moral, I mean, the equivalent of like, I used to be really angry at people for taking certain kinds of sponsorships, and I've mellowed over the idea of people promoting Raid Shadow Legends and so on, because yeah, Raid pays a lot. And I mean, if you don't know that Raid is a weird scammy game by now, you're a complete idiot. But I mean, all the same, I try and at least pretend that I have moral principles, because, you know. Anyway, my head is, I'm starting to develop a small headache now, so, and I can see the CCV dropping off, because I've pretty much run into stream right now. So I'm going to call it a night here, and I'm gonna grab something to eat and drink. Good grief, I'm both hungry and very thirsty now. I really do appreciate everybody, and of course, if more documents and stuff about this guy come out, we need to make a thread on this guy. We absolutely need to make a thread on this guy. This cannot become forgotten lore. This cannot become forgotten lore. It must be preserved and archived properly. Because this, good grief, this exploded out of all expectation. Oh. So yeah, I'm gonna say goodnight. Say goodnight to everybody. And also remind me to edit the description to link to Koi News channel as well, because yeah, it was really nice of her to come online and talk to me. Oh. Thanks for the stream. Enjoy the food, rest, and so forth. You too, Marinade. Thank you for everybody that stuck out this entire nearly 4 hour epic. I am gonna say goodnight, gentlemen, my dear friends who have endured me for so long somehow. Good night. Good discovering you. Yeah, take care.